Very good. So, welcome to the Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. We're so glad so many of you could join us this evening, not only here in our chambers, but also online with the video. Today is Tuesday, June the 18th, 2019, and it's approximately 2 minutes after 6. And we do have a quorum, and we're ready to do the city's business. I've asked Mr. Will Bradshaw, newly elected council person, to please join us or lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. All right, just a few housekeeping items before we begin our regular agenda item under presentations. If you have a cell phone, if you'll please put it on silent, we'd appreciate that. Also, we are recording this, as I've said before, so if you need to talk to your neighbor or you wanted to say something, if you could please just step outside into the foyer, we'd appreciate that because it is interfering with our communication ability. Also, we do have a local rule that says that at any of the agenda items, if anyone would like to add a comment, all you need to do is just raise your hand and we will recognize you. This is again after the presentation, after the council's discussed, but before they actually vote on something, if they vote. So just if you'll raise your hand so that I don't do that every single agenda item. It's just kind of a universal thing. So we appreciate that. Thank you. So agenda item number 2 under presentations, number 1, 2019 legislative update by Representative Ray Lopez, and I'm so honored and proud and privileged to introduce our newly elected state representative, Ray Lopez. He took over for Justin Rodriguez. Many of y'all knew him. He had come on a regular basis as well, District 125. I've known Mr. Lopez for many, many years. He and I served on the MPO together, Metropolitan Planning Organization. You were 8 years with the
Correct, yeah.
City of San Antonio City Council, District 6. I believe you're a president of the Northside Independent School District Board.
For a while, yes, I was.
You sure did. I mean, you've got a wealth of, I saw your resume. You're happily married and you've got 4 beautiful children. And how many grandchildren?
14.
14. I knew it was a lot.
And Mayor,
I know.
if I can make a real quick announcement.
You sure can.
2 weeks ago, I became a great-grandfather.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know if I can.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you love to ski.
And I do.
Yes,
Snow ski.
you do.
Yeah, water ski.
Mm-hmm.
Water ski.
Okay, so thank you. And so we saw each other at our Bandera Road work group meeting a couple of weeks ago, and so I asked you if you'd like to give us an update on the legislature and your first experience, 2.5 months or maybe 3 months? And so we're so honored that you're here this evening. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. It's
You
an
bet.
honor to be here. I can tell you that in about 10 days, I will actually be officially a Leon Valleyite. That's the right word.
Mm-hmm.
We're moving our headquarters just up the street here on Wurzbach, 1 block west of the bank there of Bandera. Right next to the Texas Workforce Commission. We'll be opening up our offices there. We tried to get the one that Justin used to have, but unfortunately they were remodeling it, the rent went up, and something about, the state doesn't give a whole lot of money to the reps to be able to do that kind of stuff. So we moved into where we could afford. But it's a really great location, and I think we'll have plenty of access for the folks to come and visit.
Excellent.
And we got a little conference room in there, so we're looking forward to, opening that up and making sure that, that we become ingrained in all the things beyond what we've already done before, up to now. Your question, I think, was to come over here and just kind of give you an update. I don't know how I can compress 140 days into the few minutes that I'm given, but it was a fast 140 days. For me, it was closer to 70 days, indeed. As you know, I got elected in February, went into a runoff in March, got there middle of March, and hit the ground running. By that time, the deadline for filing bills had expired. I was fortunate enough to be able to ask for the rules to be suspended so I could be allowed to submit some bills. I did. And, I'm fortunate also to have actually had some of those bills make it through the House, through the Senate, onto the governor's desk. And I'm proud to say that I'm the first person appointed after the filing date that actually had a bill signed. I had a bill signed last week into law, and I'm real proud of that, which tells you that if you apply yourself, even the legislature can work. And sometimes people don't think that it does very well, but it is actually intended, what I learned more than anything else, as I think it should be, the legislature is really intended to be thorough with the debate, to make sure that frivolous things don't make it through. Sometimes they do. To make sure that it's difficult to pass laws and that the laws have been fully vetted by the public. And that it's difficult to pass them because once they are passed, we all have to live by them. And I know that, first of all, I want to thank you and certainly the elected members of this council, as well as your staff, for being available for us. Because as much as I think I might know about things that are going on, even with my service on the city council, the city of San Antonio, and even on the school district, I don't know the granular ins and outs of everything that's happening on the legislation as it comes through. And we're going to talk about one of those, the red light legislation that was debated and discussed. But those of us that sit in those offices in Austin depend on you to contact us and let us know what you think and how you feel this law is going to be affecting you. It's our responsibility then to take that and represent you in the best way that we can. Oftentimes, laws are going to get passed. There's majorities, there's minorities, there's all kinds of political balancing that has to happen. And ultimately, we know that a law may become law, or a bill may become law, and then we try to do the best we can to mitigate it as much as we can. And oftentimes, even that doesn't work out as well. But our job, I think, as legislators is to represent our district. My intent is to continue doing that for our community in this capacity, and I'm really honored to represent Leon Valley, which I guess the vast majority of Leon Valley is in 125. I'm happy for that, and I'm a long time resident of this part of the city. I've got some information I think has been distributed. Okay, I think that you may have, and I'll just tell you a little bit about what the package say, and then I'll get into some of it briefly. One of them is a little trifold. This is kind of like a real brief summary of some of the 8 or 9, I think, important things that happened during the legislative session. It'll give you a bill number, a little rundown on which one of the, what the bill description is. Some of them came out of the House, some out of the Senate. It tells you who initiated them and who picked them up on the House side. And I'll go into a little bit more of that as we go through the presentation. But this is kind of like we're making available to everybody. These are just some of the highlights. I can tell you in the 140 days that we were there were thousands of bills reviewed, and hundreds of them being now signed into law. There's another packet that has a lot more information on it. It also is a highlight list, but as you can tell, there is maybe 10 pages, in most cases single-spaced, and it talks about different things that happen in a categorical sense. For example, around the first one says fiscal discipline. These are topics that the bill was identified by, and so instead of putting them by number, you guys may be very, very attuned to what House Bill 2547 and 2528 and 1575. I don't go by. I mean, I kind of go by the words that describe it and give a brief definition of it, and that's what I try to do here. These are the ones that are, for example, the second one is taxpayer relief, reform, and protection. It'll go on to talk about public education, a bunch of the other ones, and then the specific bills underneath each one with a small caption, realizing that there is actually legislative language that has been assigned to each one of these. Then on all of these, I think the one that most people were very interested in, there's 2 of them in particular. One of them is what's called House Bill 3, which was the school bill, right? The public education, or the education bill. That one I kind of created a little packet of its own, simply because I think that's important to all of us. I know it is. And it talks about all of the ins and outs of the bill, how much money was allocated and the like. So it'll give you a lot more granularity, a lot more than what this small pamphlet would. Those kind of we hand this one out, and as they say today, go on the internet, you can find it all. It's all there. But oftentimes when you read it on the internet, you'll run into the same problems that I did when I got to the legislature. Not being a lawyer, being a grandpa, not being a lawyer, it's really difficult sometimes to read those laws to find out how they really are going to affect you, because it's in legal terminology, right? Because ultimately it's going to have to be litigated if it gets challenged. I'll give you a good example of some of them. For example, I mentioned earlier the red light camera prohibition. Our governor was very happy to be citing that in a public forum today, and I guess he's entitled to, to pound his chest on some things that happened. There were a handful of us that, including yourself, that didn't think that was the best approach to take. That this was a local decision that municipalities needed to make. You made that decision. Apparently, it's working well in your community, and it's your community, your issue. It should be your decision. Unfortunately, there were a couple of other folks in the legislature that were pushing it pretty hard, and it wound up passing. But before it passed, we were able to, with your help, because I know that we were, in real time, talking to each other about, we have an amendment in front of us. Is this a good amendment? My intent was all along to not vote for the red light camera prohibition bill, but I wanted to make sure that we made it at least the least onerous, knowing that it was probably going to pass. So there was an amendment that was presented by a representative out of Westlaco that basically said you can take your existing contracts and we'll grandfather them and allow you to continue doing that. Now, I know that I think it's on the agenda for today, and you guys will have to kind of figure out if you're actually, the timelines allow you to grandfather it and the like. But we were able to put that in there. I certainly voted for that amendment, but I did not vote for the bill because I really felt that it was a local decision that you had already made, seemed to be working for you, and maybe it's because I haven't gotten a ticket in any of the lights. And that, right? If any of you got a ticket there and you don't like that, you like that bill, I will talk later. But it's those kinds of bills that oftentimes some cities that are not affected by them could care less. But those of us that do put them into place for a reason. I think the state legislature should respect local control. I'll give you another example of a local control issue that's on in your packet there, and it affects San Antonio more than anyone else. Really, San Antonio and Austin. If you'll recall, a few months ago, or maybe about a year ago, there was an issue around paid sick leave. That the city decided that they were going to require a paid sick leave ordinance to be implemented, and there were a lot of people that said, well, that kind of puts San Antonio in a bad way because the cities around it aren't requiring paid sick leave, and that puts San Antonio in a disadvantage. Well, once again, I think it becomes one of those local control issues. If San Antonio believes that they want to put that in place because it's a good benefit for their people, and it's something that they agree that they want to move forward, and they think that they're willing to take on the disadvantage of having that requirement, then it should be their local control. Again, you'll hear the theme of local control being present. It seems like everybody believes in local control until their issue comes up, and then all of a sudden they're no longer for local control. But the paid sick leave really ultimately, was not ruled on. There was no legislation passed, so it stayed in place. San Antonio will continue to have its ordinance, and the rest of the cities aren't going to be dealing with it. But it still becomes an issue of just a general disregard for local control. And it seems like that seems to be the way forward, as opposed to what we all would hope would be the new norm, and that's local control is most important because no one knows their community better than those communities themselves. But anyway, that was signed into law. And I'm sure you'll be doing your research and reading through that, all the parameters, and see if you'll be able to continue doing what you need to get done for your community's well-being. There's another one that I think does affect you, probably to some extent. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to do the research on the financial impact, but there was a telecommunications bill that got talked about. Basically, what it says is, in the old days, back in the days when we had phones and I don't know. Some of you remember the rotary dials and all those kinds. Well, we made a lot of strides technology-wise moving forward, and today everything seems to be all blended together and bundled up. The reality is that cities provide access and right-of-way for all of those access points, for cable, for fiber optics, for all kinds of things. And the fact that one technology runs over, or two technologies run over one device, or it takes two, the city still has to provide that right of way, and still has to have the control over that right of way. It has to manage that right of way, and they should be compensated for it, and they have been compensated for it. And the telecommunications companies charge their end users. They collect the money and they send it to the cities for the right of way of the use of those facilities. Well, unfortunately, there was some technology that basically says sometimes two technologies will ride on one facility. Therefore, you should only have to pay for one or the other. But the reality is, it still costs you money to put them both in. It still costs you money, and you should, the cities, the municipalities, should have the opportunity to recoup that. We fought a valiant effort. That didn't happen. So there will be an impact for it. I know we did the numbers, for example, on the city of San Antonio, which is quite a large cable enterprise, is losing approximately $9.5 million in revenue a year by virtue of not being able to collect those dollars. I'm sure proportionately it'll affect you, but proportionally it'll affect your budget the same way. And again, it's one of those things that cities have been out putting these kinds of investments in the ground with an intent to recoup their revenue stream and aren't able to, simply because there's, I guess, lobbyists with deep pockets that control more things than we want them to. But that passed, and unfortunately, I think that's going to be one of those. You have to figure out what the impact is going to be. I'm sure you guys are doing that work already. Another thing that passed that I think, I don't know that was necessarily on top of mind for many of us, but there was a heavily debated flood bill that was created by Senate Bill 7, senator out of Lubbock, created a thing called the Water Development Board. That Water Development Board was going to oversee a significant amount of dollars in a reserve that would be made available at low or interest-free to communities that had flooding issues. We know that I think flooding issues are prevalent across the entire state. I know we have one just down the street here, and it, I think, is an opportunity for us to continue looking, particularly as we start looking at figuring out how TxDOT is going to improve our boulevard, how we're going to have the beautification initiatives, how we're going to widen it and do the things. Well, one of the things that has to happen is we've got to figure out a way to get that paid for. A big portion of what happens there is what's happening across that bridge. And if there are some funding sources that are going to be made available, it will certainly help be able to pull that massive if you will, beneficial package together to move it forward. So I think that one kind of, it's an indirect impact, but I think it's a really good one. I think that we should very much consider. The last two that I'll talk about are, there's absolutely no way that I can do justice to it standing on this podium in just a couple of minutes, other than to tell you that the first one, which is school finance, I feel incredibly proud to have been part of that discussion. Had I been there earlier, I would have been more involved in the discussion. But I tell you, when I got there on day one, I quickly engaged our chairman, Chairman Huberty, and the vice chairman, Diego Bernal, on the education committee, to let them know that I had a level of subject matter expertise and experience that I thought that I could help validate some of the things that they're trying to get done. I think they did a very, probably the most comprehensive work that could have been done on education, probably the most comprehensive work that has been done in education in the last 2 decades. And I kept hearing, this is a great bill. It's not perfect, but it's a great bill. So my question to the chairman and to the vice chairman and to all my other colleagues, what one thing would make it a more perfect bill? Because that's what we have to identify. We've done a lot of good work, but there's more work to be done. And what would make it a better bill, so that we can start working now with our communities to make sure that it bubbles up to the top and we get it included in the next legislative session. Generally, what we're talking about is figuring out ways to do facility financing. How are we going to get a pre-K environment for all children? Our school districts are doing a pretty good job, but there's just not enough money. And if you were to direct, for example, Northside, that has a half-day pre-K environment, and ask them to simply go to full day, they would have to double the amount of schools that they have, simply because they're half-day today. If you want to get them all to go to full day, you need twice the facility. And that's tens of millions of dollars. So how do we do that? We're going to have to figure out formula funding to be able to do that. There have been some fast school growth formulas that have been adjusted for school districts like Northside, to be able to allow them to hang on to as much of the money as they possibly can, to be able to invest them in certain ways and then get matches from the state. And I think that's the challenge that we're going to have in the next biennium. So I think education was a good thing, but there's still a lot, as they say, it's not a perfect bill. So we need to figure out a way, to make it perfect, or more perfect. And ultimately, what we wind up having is a workforce, an educated workforce that can come right out of high school and be able to function in our day-to-day jobs, and that's the objective. The last thing that I'll talk about, I talked about kind of a good one, that was the finance bill. The one that on the surface some people thought was a great bill, and that's the property tax reform, the cap. People that didn't quite understand it would say, but think about it, we're going to be able to cap our taxes from 8%, and at that time it's down to 2.5%. We'll save all that money. I thought, it's a cap. You need to understand what that means to your city, what the financial impact of that is, and when you tell the city they're going to reduce their income, the second thing you have to ask, what services will you be cutting because of it? So, I got it. We all want to pay less, but we also have to realize that by virtue of paying less, we get less. We're going to be in a particularly difficult position, I think, over the course of the next couple of years, simply because of the tax cap. Again, one of those arguments that we made, saying, listen, we don't have much of a choice but to accept what the majority is going to do, so let's try to get some amendments in there. There's some rollover that says that if this year you happen to be at 2.5%, 2%, and you don't get to the 3.5%, which is your cap, you can roll some of that over into the following year. So that was a concession that was given. And again, that's what happens when there's a good dialogue between the representatives, your representatives in Austin, and the communities that they serve. And so what I'll stand here and tell you is, first of all, thank you very much for being as engaged as you were. We had a constant dialogue between my staff and your staff to make sure that we were not just misinterpreting the things that were being told to us, because everybody tells you it's a really, really good story, right? You're going to love it. And the reality is, it's not about what people tell you. It's really about how it happens when the rubber hits the road. And so I'm grateful for you guys being so quick to respond to our questions. And I know sometimes it was late in the evening, but we got the answers. So with that, I'll tell you, a lot of things happened in the 86 legislature. I'm hoping that I'm still around for the 87th, 88th, maybe even 89th and 90th. But with great grandkids and the like, you never know. But I'm definitely looking forward to going back next time and finishing up some of the hard business that we started. And I can tell you, whether it's me or anyone else, you are to be commended and you're to be encouraged to continue doing the engagement as you have in the past. Because without your input, it doesn't work. So with that, thank you very much for listening to me, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Well, we need you for the next legislative session because you wanted to help us with the funding about Bandera Road and a fiscal note, and we talked about that. So we need your leadership at the legislature on that. So if there's any questions for Representative Lopez? Thank you so much. It was very thorough. Yes.
I just want to commend your staff. You were brand new. You got good staff. And you're right. They were so communicative. They're really quick to call us and let us know what was going on. And we tried to be responsive. And it was a two-way street. But I really want to compliment your staff and thank you for taking our city into consideration and watching out for this city.
Not at all. It's my pleasure. Thank you. And I agree with you there.
And maybe we could post this on the internet or something.
Yeah, all of that will be on our website.
Okay, your website? Yeah. Okay.
And then
you put a lot of time and effort into this.
Another town hall meeting at the community center and then another one further down. Yeah, so we're going to continue
to. Okay, good.
And the idea, Mayor, is to take what we've done and then start taking the notes down on how would we have made this better. And that one document tells you there's a lot of stuff.
There's a lot of stuff that y'all did.
I mean, a lot of really, really good things. But anyway, we don't have time to go all.
No, all of them. But thank you so much. Really appreciate all your efforts.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll move then to presentation number 2. Presentation of a Good Neighbor Award to Mr. Larry Fay. And I'd like to ask Library Director Sandy Underwood, please join me at the front of the dais. Hi, Mr. Fay. How are you? Nice to meet you. I better get that microphone. Testing. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you very much. This is Mr. Larry Fay, and I got an email from Library Director Underwood to say what a wonderful job you've done for the library and how can we honor you. And before I read the Good Neighbor Award, would you like to give us some background?
Well, Larry Fay comes into the library often, and not only does he donate his DVDs when he's done using them, so he blesses all of you in that way. He's given us quite a few, but one day he came in and said, "Can I work in your garden beds out front?" And of course we said, "Sure." And it turned out not to be just the garden beds. It was all down the one front side of the library and the side and along Evers Road and around the other side. And then he knew of so this is multiple days. Then he knew of some lava rock that needed a new home, and we definitely needed some beefing up of that area in our garden, so it found its way to us. And then he was dividing. Any gardener knows you divide your plants sometimes, certain plants. So he brought his dividings to us to help beautify, and in all his trimming, he exposed many of the wonderful, Vicki had been responsible for the little metal sculptures, I believe, the animals. They've reappeared from where they were covered by bushes, plants we didn't know. He's just beautified, and we just can't thank him enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, let's give him a round of applause. Are you retired, or do you do this just on the side? Are you retired, or you have?
No, I have a part-time job at the Alamo Dome. Okay. The thing about the DVDs, the way I see it, is like if I want to get a DVD, they're free at the library. I mean, I know where they're at. I know the ones I love, so they might as well be there instead of gathering dust in my house. And the beautification stuff, the plants I have enough for probably all you guys. But if you don't share them, it starts looking kind of too crowded and stuff.
Sure.
So.
Well, that is so awesome. So let me give. I'd love on behalf of the mayor and council, we'd like to give you a Good Neighbor Award, and on behalf of our citizens as well, Good Neighbor Award presented to Mr. Larry Fay in recognition of outstanding public service, determination, and perseverance, which enabled the City of Leon Valley Public Library grounds to be weeded, trimmed, and beautified. We thank you for your cheerful willingness and working tirelessly from your heart. We appreciate your determination, commitment, as well as your continued support. And I might add, it's not on this, and your DVDs. Signed by my hand this 18th day of June, 2019, Mayor Chris Riley. Let's again give Mr. Fay a round of applause for our appreciation for what you do. And we also have another award from Library Director.
The plaque basically mimics the award, and we just thank you for working tirelessly from your heart and giving, because it blesses everybody in the community.
Thank you.
So we want to. Would you like to say anything?
I'm not done yet. I'm still. I'm going to add some color to the planning area, and the next thing is the place where you'll sell the books. I'm going to
The annex.
make a beeline to that place too.
And also, you might like to join the beautification committee. We could really use you on the beautification committee. The city's, okay, we'll get you an application. Awesome. All righty, thank you. Really appreciate it. All righty, take care.
Found your new chair.
Huh? Okay. And that was a really good segue into presentation number 3, which is our 2019 Beautification Awards. And we have myself and Vicki Wallace and Ms. Charles, if you'll please join us. She's our chair of the Beautification Committee. And so, Vicki, would you like to begin? Are we?
Yes.
Okay,
And then,
very
yeah,
good. And then,
basically, I'm just going to go over and
Okay.
list who the members of the beautification committee are. And when I call your name, if you'll come out, because I thought it'd be nice if they stood up here as they
Certainly.
hand out the awards. Of course, Mayor Riley, Donna Charles, Lupe Carpio, Carolyn Diaz, Belinda Ely, Jean Johnson, and she's getting something, and Lynn Joseph and Carrie Macias. So if you're here, and this year we had the Bexar County Master Gardeners and the Forest Oaks Garden Club members serving as the judges. That was Melinda Dawson, Grace Emery, Sandra Keller, and Joyce Trent. And we appreciate that. They had 5 criteria for doing it. The plantings were pleasing and work well with the existing structure. So I just want to go real quick in the walkways. That the use of the landscape, the plantings are environmentally responsive, drought tolerant, which is something we're all about. They attract butterflies. The property is well trimmed and maintained, and that the overall appearance is well-kept plants and great combination of the plants and the hardscape, because that's also important. The process, the committee members drive each neighborhood and prejudge the residents using the same scoring sheet that they've used forever since we've been doing it. There is no need for the property, the business owners to come tell us that they want to do it. They just go around and they pick them out. Once they get that, then the committee members, you know, they go around and the judges actually have the freedom to select the properties not on the list. And basically, we changed it some time ago to where now if they get anything between 50 and 37.5, then they get an award. And so what we did, then we sent out the letters that you signed, and those that responded, that's who we have the PowerPoints for. Okay? And so, do you want me to call them out? Okay, actually, you can call them out.
I'll try my best on these names, all right? All right. Are we gonna? Okay. All right. So first we have Randolph Brooks Federal Credit Union. Here we should have Amanda Drizmala.
Very nice. That way we can get a picture with everybody.
All right. Next we have Fernanda and Patricia Covarrubia. We have Karen Stam. Hope Ponce. Hope, you here?
Yeah,
Ponce? Ponce? I'm doing my best. None? Okay. Oswald and Gloria Parker. We have Paul and Joyce Otavio. Mary Niblet.
Does all this work.
We have Jose and Carol Cadena. We have our very own council member, Donna Charles. Next we have Bunhorn Pau here today. Next we have Valerie Zakuzewski and Pam Evans. Miss Norma Olivares. Next we have John and Margarita Fellan. We have Miss Sandra Keller. We have Miss Sandra Solis. We have Miss Georgia Alberton. We have Miss Wilma Jean Johnson. And then last but certainly not least, Miss Betty Hale. I'm sorry, everyone, we have one more. Can we add one more? We have Miss Susan Hilge here. Sorry, ma'am. Had a bunch of changes. So.
Thank y'all to everyone in the city that participated. You're helping beautify our community and taking value and helping us set the example and keeping our property values up. And there's so much about attracting butterflies. I mean, then the drought tolerance. So thank you so much for all you do to set the example for our city. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
And the gifts for the judges. So we have 4. Are there names on the page? Is on the next page? Okay. I'm gonna just take this one and hand it to her.
Over there. I turned them off for the picture. Sorry. My picture was just
Oh, okay.
There we go. Whoops. There we go. Want to thank Vicki Wallace, our staff liaison for the Beautification Committee, and all of our Beautification Committee volunteers who work tirelessly for on this project, this annual project. But also, one of the things that we've done is we've added decoration to our monuments. I don't know if you've seen that throughout the year. So coming up will be the 4th of July, red, white, and blue, and we do. Bunting, yes, the bunting, right? And we do wreaths at Christmas, so we thought that was another way to beautify our city as people come in. So it's a team effort, and again, anybody that would like to volunteer, Mr. Fay, you're number one, but we always could use new members. So, but also we need to thank our judges because they took their time out of their busy day to judge these awards. And I'd like to ask Melinda Dawson to please come up. Is Melinda here? Oh, she left? Okay, so Joyce, I'm going to give it to you so you can take it. She's your neighbor, that's right, exactly. And Sandra Keller, another one of our judges. Thank you, Sandra. And these are members of the Forest Oaks Garden Club and also the Natural Master Gardeners. That's right, exactly, thank you. And Joyce Trent, there we go. Come on, Joyce, for your, and is Grace here? Is Grace here? Thank you. Congratulations. Really appreciate it. Yes, thank you. And last but not least, from the Master Gardeners, Grace Emery. Grace, are you here? Okay. All right. So she must have gone, but we will get her this gift. All right. Thank you again. All right. Wonderful, wonderful award. Thank you. Agenda item number 4, we have a presentation of the Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee's annual report. We have Dr. Geraldine Rodriguez-Smith, the chair, here this evening to present. Good evening, Dr. Smith, and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate your time this evening.
Sure.
So we'll be doing the review of our annual report for the Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee. And can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm. We sure can. At least I can.
All right, so a little bit of a background. Our advisory committee was created by council by resolution back in April of 2017. And at this time, the committee consisted of 7 group members, no alternates. And part of our charter at the time was to have a yearly financial review provided by staff. A couple of changes that have been made since then was in February earlier this year, council by resolution approved to provide 2 alternate members to our committee. And we also included, instead of doing an annual review of the financial report provided by staff, we changed that to do quarterly financial reviews. Since then, our committee has posted for 14 meetings since its inception. Full transparency, one of the meetings late last fall was canceled due to a lack of a quorum, and this was prior to us having alternates on our advisory group. All of our meeting minutes are available on the city's website, and the previous annual report to council was provided by our former chairman, Mr. Nazaroff, almost a year to the date, June 19th, 2018. Other meetings that we've participated in is we partnered with the UTSA Institute for the Economic Development to sponsor 2 small business breakfasts. One was held late last fall or early last fall, and one earlier this spring in April of 2019. For those of you that have not heard of the breakfast before, basically it provides the UTSA's economic development an opportunity to showcase the resources that they have available for small businesses, and then for us in the city, an opportunity to showcase what the city has to offer for small businesses. It provided staff an opportunity to be there, network, and then create some leads. In terms of just committee actions items, things that we've sponsored several signage projects for local businesses, sponsored grants for businesses relocating to Leon Valley. As far as community events, 2 big ones, 4th of July and the Soapbox Derby. We also assisted with the infrastructure with the silo property. And like I mentioned earlier, we do the review of the quarterly financial reports that are provided by staff. We also receive reports provided by Mr. Cox, the Business Relations Director. And most recently, we did a review of the Business Relations Director position, the accomplishments since the position's been since the position was created. There you go, thank you. and voted to recommend to council to continue with the position. Just a quick review of the Business Relations Director position. This position is supported partially by the Economic Development and Community Development Funds. And Mr. Cox, please feel free to jump in here if I miss anything. But part of the role is to perform a variety of both field and office work in support of business code enforcement. He reviews requests for certificates of occupancy. He's the city representative for Northwest San Antonio Chamber of Commerce, performs sites visits for new businesses, which include pre-construction site tours and meetings. He also serves as the staff liaison of the Sign Code Advisory Committee. To date, they've facilitated 7 meetings. He's a co-staff liaison for our Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee. He presents sign reimbursement request and keeps us updated on economic and community development projects. He is also serves as the staff lead for the audit team. Year to date, they facilitated 8 meetings, and you can kind of see a list of some of the things that have fallen under that. Participated in 5 special audit team cases, helped resolve approximately 40 audit business complaints, and provided an audit program presentation to the Citizens Police Advisory Committee. Other things that in his role Mr. Cox has assisted with was as I mentioned before, the UTSA Small Business Breakfast. I launched the 2019 business audit, assisted with the correction of business side code violations, approximately 50 plus of those. He serves as the staff representative to all Northwest San Antonio Chamber of Commerce luncheons, performs zoning and fire inspections, and he's also completed a training in code enforcement and basic economic development. Mr. Cox also represents the City of Leon Valley on the new Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Committee. He completed the Economic and Community Development Annual Budget for the fiscal year 2019 and 2020. He has completed a vacancy rate and compared data against previous records. He's built, in his role, he's built a reference guide for the newly created Business Relations Director position and has created key performance indicators and proposals for timely completion of the business audit, which is actually scheduled to be completed by August of 2019 and is currently ahead of schedule. There's 3 positions that are partially funded by the Economic Development, Community Development Funds, and those are the three positions and the respective percentages: city attorney, city manager, and then the business relations director position. And I've also included just a list of the members of our advisory committee as well at the tail end of the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Smith this evening from either our board or anyone in our chambers this evening? Okay, thank you for your good work. We do appreciate your volunteer spirit and all the people. If anyone is here that is on the Economic Community Development Committee, could you please stand and be recognized? And we thank you. Yes, thank you, Ms. Flores. I see you back there. All right, thank you so much. All right. Great. All right, agenda number 5 under presentation is 4th of July event update. We have Ashley Wayman, Assistant Finance Director, who will be giving our presentation this evening. And welcome. Thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Okay. It'll be here before we know it.
Oh my gosh, I know.
Yeah.
It's coming. It's
Yeah.
coming quick. Alrighty, so tonight I'll just be presenting a quick update to the City Council for the 4th of July Festival. So far, these are our sponsors. This is all our monetary sponsors. You can see, I believe actually the Just Smash 'em Lemonade was a $500 sponsorship, bringing that up to $41,500 as for our monetary sponsors. As far as products go, we've had over $5,000 in worth of products donated to us so far, so we're very grateful for that. This is kind of the lineup for the event. We're starting with the Pioneer Firecracker 5K Fun Run and Walk, which is put on by the Leon Valley Historical Society. Just going to make sure I'm not missing anything about that. Here's our route for the 4th of July 5K. I believe this is a route they've done a couple years ago, but now that all the construction's finished, we can go back to this route. It will be chip timed, so that's kind of a big deal for 5K runners in town. They'll have official times and everything for this 5K. Then we will have our July 4th parade starting at 9:30 in the morning. We will be lining up at 8 a.m. in the DPS parking lot, and it will begin promptly at 9:30. For our grand marshals, KSAT 12 usually provides us two grand marshals, and we're working with them to make sure everything is still good there, but we should be with our same grand marshals. And also our proposed grand marshal for this year is retired Texas Ranger Captain Jack Dean. You can kind of read his bio here. He has over 40 years of law enforcement experience in Texas, and we'd just be really happy to have him as our
And I just wanted to add, he was a member of the city council for quite a number of years.
Absolutely.
So, yes.
Yes. So. Is that, yes, I'm sorry. I guess we needed I think we had talked about getting input for that the last couple meetings. So is that as the council would do any other discussion on possible grand marshals?
I think that's
Any
a great
objections?
one. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. Next, our actual event begins at 5 o'clock in Raymond Rimkus Park. It will run until 10:30 p.m. We have our map. This is kind of a rough map, and it has a lot more additions now. So we're looking at quite a few vendors. Our stage, as usual, most of it is set up the way it has been in the past. We have quite the array of items that will be available from all of our food vendors. So we're pretty excited. We have pretty much everything you can think of, I think, at our event this year. And again, we have our carnival rides. I did want to get clarification that we decided on no charge for wristbands. Is that correct for the carnival rides? I think there was kind of back and forth. We had talked about how it was a little pricey for some people who, had 3 kids and they're paying $20 a wristband for our ride. So I just wasn't sure. I think that was what I had heard, was that we were going to go with no charge for wristbands. But we can always, drop the price as well. We can, whatever the council would like.
Are we getting a credit from last year on this particular? I know we're getting a credit for the fireworks, so we don't have to pay for the fireworks. Are we getting credit for the carnival too?
Are we not?
A small discount?
Yeah, this one I don't believe so.
Okay,
No.
and
They did set up everything last year. I mean, they came and they were there and they set up everything, so.
Okay, and what are we? Do you have an itemization of what we're paying for this particular?
For the carnival rides, I believe we're
I
paying
can't
about
remember.
$15,000. I know we've paid a little bit down already. We have only mostly paid our deposits for almost everything, so we've paid about $5,000. I believe it's coming out to around $15,000, but I'll double check on that.
Okay, so I know we have new counselors on the board, so I don't know what your input would be on the carnival rides. And if you remembered, if we said it was free, it's been a while.
Yes.
So I don't remember.
I didn't remember saying free. The only
Yeah, I
thing I
thought-
remember is the $1.
Correct. That's
Right.
exactly
Was going
right.
to be, the entrance fee was
We didn't want that.
not favorable, but
Right.
I'm not sure that the ride should be free. I would say there should be some cost, maybe $5 or something a person, or I don't. I
We
mean, I-
ended that discussion with at the time, Dr. Counselor Edwards suggesting that we just get a sponsorship for the rides.
Okay.
We were unable to do so.
You were unable to do
And
so.
so we just need to know if you want to charge for the rides, if so, how much?
Okay. Okay. We have an estimate of how many people. Of course, last year it was rained out. Those of you that are here, we were rained out, so we don't have a
Right.
number for last year. But the year before, do we have a number of
As far as
participants? for
wristband
the-
sales,
Mhm.
I believe we sold about $4,000 worth, and that was when they were $20. I believe that they were $15 pre-sale, so if you came in before the event, you could get them for $15, and then they were $20 at the event. I believe we made about $4,000 on wristband sales. I don't have the exact number of numbers sold. Last year we did obviously refund everyone who had pre-purchased their wristbands.
Okay. So should we It should be free? Should it be a more reasonable fee? And this was like $15 for unlimited rides?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
All right. So
I'd say at least $5 for a wristband.
$5, does that sound good? Or I mean,
Yeah, that sounds okay to me.
unlimited? Mm-hmm. $5
$5
unlimited?
for
I think,
unlimited risk.
you know,
rides.
let's,
And maybe a little more at the door, $5 early and.
We really don't have that much time.
Yeah.
There's really not, too much early, I guess, is there?
2 more weeks
Yeah.
from this Thursday. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so is $5 the consensus?
Yes.
Anyone in our chambers disagree with that? Does that seem to be a good fee, just to cover some of the cost? Okay, all right, thank you.
All right.
All
We
right,
will definitely
very
add
good.
that in. This is our entertainment lineup. I do want to point out one change. The first responder band will no longer be able to perform. We have been able to contact Unlimited Praise. They were scheduled for last year's national anthem, so they will be coming in and taking the place of our first performance from 5 to 5:45. Other than that, we have flamenco music and dancers, Smash, Alan Hendrickson, and then our main performance is Passing Strangers, and they're a very fun 80s cover band. So, looking at, well, our next step. So we did have banners placed out on June 10th. They're at these locations. And then as far as the postcards go, they were not mailed out on the 14th. They will be mailed out tomorrow. So they will be out to everyone, I hope, right, in the next week. The postcards should be reaching all of the residents. So.
Yeah, I've seen 2 of the banners already.
Oh, great.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Sure did.
Awesome. And I think we've also heard some of the radio promotions going on as well already. So, and it's also in the Lion's Roar
Okay,
that you also
very
have.
good.
So, okay.
Great.
And other than that, here's our C statement. And if that, I'll take any questions.
I just had something that came to my mind is last year we had water activities in the afternoon. Are we not doing that this year? I know it got canceled because of the rain, right?
I think they may have actually conducted the water activities. We did switch to another pool management company, and I believe just kind of in the works with them. I don't think they've scheduled anything for sure, but they'll be open. So we can talk to them, but again, we were kind of right in the middle of getting a new company right when all of this was happening. So
Very good. All right, that was the only question I had. Are there any other questions from the council on the 4th of July or anyone in our chambers? Yes, ma'am, please come forward. Could you come to the podium because we are recording? I'm sorry. Sandra.
come on up here.
Yes, please. If you'll just state your name, and if you live in Leon Valley or San Antonio, don't have to give your address. Thank you so much. But we always learn from the questions and comments. That's what I love.
My name is Johnny,
Hi, Johnny.
and I'm a girl.
And you're a girl.
Girl.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, are these vendors Leon Valley businesses, or are we taking them from out? I mean, it should be.
We have a mix of both.
Okay, I just thought it should be Leon Valley that was making the profit off of anything. Okay, thanks.
We do have a mix of both Leon Valley vendors as well as outside vendors. Everyone pretty much who came in and applied was able to get in. So normally a preference would be given to Leon Valley resident businesses. However, they all got in, so it worked out this year. So
And the vendors pay a fee,
yes, ma'am.
and that's it. They don't pay a percentage back to the city.
No, they do
I know
not.
sometimes other events have that, but it's just a flat fee.
A flat fee for the vendors.
Okay,
Yes,
very
ma'am.
good. So, all right. Any other questions on the 4th of July? Okay. Thank you very much. So if anyone who's in the chambers this evening is saying, well, where's the soapbox derby? We had that last year in the right after the parade. That's been postponed because of the heat, and we wanted it to have its own signature event to Saturday, October the 12th. On Evers Road, and it's doubled in size. So just from 16 to 32 cars, just an FYI, if you weren't here when we discussed that. Okay, anything else? All right, thank you so much, Ashley, and I know you're going to stay right where you're at. And we'll move to agenda item number 2.6, presentation and discussion of the May 2019 monthly financial report. And again, Ms. Wayman, welcome back. Thank
Good
you.
evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we'll be going over the May monthly financial report. Starting with our general fund, everything on the general fund is looking good right now. Our sales taxes were up 2.8% for the month of May, and we have actually already received June numbers now, and we are up 3.26% for the month of June. So we're happy with our sales tax right now. Ad valorem is coming in over budget, so we're good about kind of where we were at last year. As far as our license permits, fines, and fees, just to give you kind of a quick breakdown of all the percentages or of the amounts, red light camera fines and fees make up about 1.8 million of that 3.1. And then our impound lot makes up about 210,000 of that. So just to keep that in mind, those are new this year that we didn't have for a full year last year. So just to kind of keep that in mind when we're comparing fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 18. Last month when I gave this report, we even asked about a breakdown between license permits, fees, and then just fines. And what I found, about 2.3 million of our license permits, fees, and fines were fines. So municipal court, red light camera fees and fines, and then our impound lot. The other 25%, about 811,000, was the rest of the license permits, fees. We have a bunch of them, quite a few. So I hope that answers y'all's questions about how those are broken down.
So what would be an example of the 811,000? If it's not red light camera, municipal court, or impound lot?
Things like our building department collects fees
Okay.
for different
All right, good.
things,
Thank you.
garage sale permits, all those
Okay,
kind of
all
things.
of that.
Just are all
Okay,
lumped in
good.
there.
That gives us a basis from which to.
Right.
Okay, very good.
And other than that, our expenditures are on track for the general fund. We'll go on to our water and sewer fund. Our water sales are up from last year at this time, which is good. Considering also the amount of rain we've had, we're pretty happy about that. Other than that, you'll notice our tapping fees are still pretty high. That's just all the new developments we've been having, the new apartments, things like that. So those are coming in great, and our expenditures seem to be on track.
Very good.
Our community center fund it shows that our hotel motel taxes are a little bit down from where they were last year. We're just hoping that they kind of recover in the next, the next cycle. They come in quarterly, so they don't really change very much from month to month. So those are a little bit down from where they were last year at this time. As far as our rental fees go, they're very high right now for what they would normally be at this time of year. We did have the church rentals again. So without those church rentals, our community center would be at about 63% of budget, and our conference center at about 68%. So we're actually looking pretty good on our rental fees all around.
Okay. And on the hotel motel, how many? Is it just the one on Wurzbach Road because the other two are long-term stay, or do we get some for those?
We do get, I believe it's 4. We have the Stay Inn Express. We have Bandera Suites. We have 2. 3, right? 3. Right. Okay. Yeah. The 2 on Bandera Road. I'm sorry, and the 1 on Stay. Yeah.
But the ones on Bandera Road are long-term, so we still get money from that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
Very good. And then, what would be an example of a community center operations? What would that comprise? What expenses
That's
do
just
we
kind
have
of
there?
their normal expenses, their security, things that they, building maintenance, things like that they have to have done, pest control.
Yeah. Are there any salaries that are paid out of that?
I believe we do have a few salaries coming
Okay.
out of the community
right.
center fund. Is it just Marybelle?
Naughty bells.
Yeah, just Marybelle, I believe. And 2 park guys.
And 2 park guys?
Yes,
Okay.
they're
very good.
always in there doing all the opening or the cleaning and the opening and closing, so they're a
Okay,
big part of
very
it as
good.
well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just make a clarification on the hotel motel taxes? The 2 hotels that long-term that you're asking about, we don't, the hotel motel tax that we receive is if the occupant stays less than 30 days. Exactly.
Mhm.
Otherwise, we don't get this hotel motel tax.
Right. Okay, but most of those are they stay longer than 30
There's
days,
lots of
right?
long-term stays, but we also get the
Okay.
hot taxes from
Okay.
those two for the
Very
short term.
good. Thank you.
All right. Our economic and community development, sales tax is in the same boat as general fund, about 2.8% up from last year, and it is 2 months behind. Our revenues are coming in about on track, as well as our expenditures. If y'all have any questions, you will see that the ED litigation reserve was brought in this month, so you'll be able to see it down here at the bottom. And as far as the deposit, we have not received that yet. We've been kind of back and forth. The attorney's been working on that. So that $79,000 has not been received yet, but hopefully in the next couple months we'll be getting
Okay,
that
and
back.
the line that says contractual, that's the projects, right?
Correct. That does
Okay.
include ED project
That
funding.
includes EDCD project
Yes,
funding? Okay, very
correct.
good. Thank you.
Moving on to our red light cameras, you'll see our fines and our fees are both on track or above. Our tier 1, which is what we account for and report to the state, every expense there seems to be on track. The contractual there does include 8 payments to our vendor, ATS, American Traffic Solutions. And then tier 2 is our traffic safety program. You can see the capital is about almost halfway done, so they have a couple more things to work on purchasing out of capital, but other than that, everything else seems to be about on track.
Okay, yes, Councilor Martinez.
I do have one question in regards to this. In the future, can we see how much money was brought in on a monthly basis? Have just an extra column, monthly basis, because now with the change in the red light camera law, fines are not mandatory anymore. I can see the possibility that people just start throwing the paper away and not worrying about the fines, and at some point, it could get to the point where we're losing money on a monthly basis.
We can do some projections and kind of get every month together and see where they're at and show them. I'm not sure if I could get maybe a column on here to line up with the chart, but we can definitely have that at the next council or at the next report. And I can even email one before then, but that way we can kind of look at monthly and see how it's doing now with the new legislation.
That'd be fine.
Does you gave us the checkbook, so does that check to it's not ATS anymore. That's another variety, I think. That monthly check, is that the monthly fee that we pay them? Can't
Right.
remember what it was.
We
but I
usually
saw it in
pay $49,500.
$49,500.
That's our usual amount for a month.
Okay.
I believe it's gone. We have a couple new cameras that we've just added, so now I think we'll be seeing a little bit more on for our average bill.
Okay. I can't remember what that was, but I saw it. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Finally, our impound lot. Not a whole lot to report here. Our impound lot fees and auctions are on track with the month of May, and our expenditures are as well. Again, March 2018 was the first month of full of operations for the impound lot. So now we have a year behind us, so we'll have a better idea of how that's running. But other than that, everything in this account looks good.
Okay, very good.
All right, and as always, this and other reports can be found on our city website, departments, finance, and then financial transparency.
All righty, thank you. Are there any questions from the council to Ms. Wayman on the financial report presented? And any questions from our chamber, from anybody in our chambers? Yes, sir. Please come forward and just state your name and where you live, just generally, not specifically. And we thank you for being here. Yes, sir.
My name is Fernando Covarrubias, for those that you can't pronounce it.
Yes. A beautification award winner.
Yes.
Yes.
And my wife and I, we've lived in Leon Valley for 16 years. We live in Lakewood. Anyway, it was I just wanted a point of clarification. You mentioned something about with the red light camera, fines aren't mandatory. And then you said something that people would just take the paper and throw it away. What did you mean by not mandatory?
You want to handle that, Kelly, or?
I'd be happy to. So fines have actually never been mandatory. There has been a means for if somebody gets a red light camera citation, for us to be able to go to Bear County and hold their car registration. We've never done that, but we could have. We can no longer do that. If you don't pay your red light camera tickets, though, we will send you to a collection agency.
Right, but I mean, I guess what I'm asking is, we're still going to pursue the citation?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And to answer maybe the other part of your first question is, if something happens, you're asking about the revenues, and we don't have enough revenues to be able to pay for the cameras, then the cameras just go away per the contract. Okay.
Obviously,
We have plenty, exactly.
My concern was, and maybe it's because I'm getting old and I didn't understand, but it just, that struck me as, wait a minute, we're even not mandatory. Why write that citation?
Correct.
Okay,
Right.
I appreciate it. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yes, sir. Please, if, it'll be at the end of the agenda. You'll see on your agenda, I can't remember where it is, but it's, yes, you sure can. You sure can.
Mayor, who's speaking?
To deal with the financial report.
I'm sorry? This was for the financial report, yes, but
He's speaking from the floor, ma'am.
excuse me?
He's speaking from the floor.
If
he
you
go to
could
the
please
podium?
come to the podium. Yes, just, we are recording the meeting, and people at home can't hear you. Yeah.
My name is Oz Parker, and I live in
Yes.
Weather Post. The question I had was, since he brought up the question on the fines, is this the time to bring that up, or are we going to wait until the time for what's on the agenda?
Well, is it related to our budget? Then you ask for it now. If not, then we'll wait till the end of the.
That's what I want
Yes.
to know.
Okay, that's what it's related to the budget, yes. If not, then we'll wait till the end of the meeting. There's an agenda item for it, yes. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. All right. Thank you, Ashley. Do appreciate it. All right. All right, moving then to regular agenda item number 3. We moved this one at this particular junction because of the investigative attorney, Ryan Henry, is here. And I've asked for this to be placed on the agenda, and I'll read it. Or no, Ms. Postlev, do you need to read it? Because I didn't realize it was a first read. I didn't see that last week when we approved the agenda, but I see that it's a first read now.
Mayor, a point of order. Can I also ask that after 3.1 that we move 9.5, because that's also a Mr. Henry item, so that way he can leave afterwards?
9.5. Okay. Is there any objection to moving 9.5 up after this particular agenda item from the council? Okay, very good. Thank you, sir.
Responsible. Thank you.
All right. So, Ms. Postlev, go ahead.
An ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 1.04, the City of Leon Valley, Texas Code of Ordinances to adopt Section 1.04.006 of the Code of Ordinances, imposing procedures pursuant to Section 3.12 of the City Charter when conducting a council investigation and hearing, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Okay. So, I don't know how many of y'all have been here over the last maybe 2 months, but there is a 312 hearing set for July the 2nd, 2019, as per our home rule charter. And part of the process that we've been going through as a council is we had to set procedures or protocols for those for that hearing. And so we spent, gosh, 2 or 3 evenings on it, went through it. And at the last meeting, the council passed what's in front of you. But what I was responding to after the meeting, and it was a comment by my colleague next to Ms. Alcacer, was when we were setting the hearing. First, it was going to be June the 21st, and I said I couldn't be there, and it was a comment that I didn't need to be there, but anyway, I couldn't ask questions, and I thought, what? And so anyway, this ordinance was passed, and so then I got to thinking about it, and I sent Mr. Henry a note, because I wanted to be prepared for the 2nd of July, that's for sure, and this is something we've never done before in our history in Leon Valley. And So I said on June the 7th, the very couple of days later, I said, Ryan, on the dais last Tuesday night when trying to set a date for the 312 hearing, Mayor Pro Tem Alcacer said that I did not need to be there at the 312 hearing because I cannot ask any questions anyway. This was very disturbing, especially when you did not say that that was not true. I thought it was not right. I have reviewed the Home Rule Charter, and Section 3.02 clearly says the membership of the City Council shall be comprised of the mayor and the City Council members. Please confirm in writing that the mayor, as a member of the governing body, will be able to ask questions of the complainants, respondents, and any witnesses who give testimony at the 312 hearing on July 2nd. And then Mr. Henry responded to me and said, I will submit a written opinion so that everyone can rely upon it at the meeting. I was not certain what Councilwoman Alcacer was talking about, so I need to look through the charter and ordinance to confirm. And so then we got a 7-page memo about this. And I guess the bottom line was on page 5 of 7 was, in essence, the only activity the mayor would be precluded from engaging in during the 312 hearing of Mr. Martinez would be directly questioning witnesses, complainants, and respondents. So that's what I did here. And so I was relying upon Article 3.02, number, selection, and term. The membership of the City Council. Members of the City Council shall be composed of the mayor and 5 council members. The mayor and council members shall be elected from the city at large by place for a 2-year term. And then the second section I was relying upon was Section 3.2B, hearings, process for forfeiture of office, and prohibitions. Number 8, the City Council may ask questions of any individual. So since I'm part of the City Council, that's what I thought governed my ability to ask questions. Well, then I went back into what we passed, and I don't know if y'all had caught it, but I certainly didn't catch it. And again, this is a long ordinance, but I see what was added to most of these sections, and it was, if the members of the City Council, and this is the key, permitted to deliberate and vote at the 312 hearing. And that's the qualifier. And as many of you know, I can't vote unless there's a tie. And because there's only 3 members of the council that will be able to hear the 312 hearing and rule on it, that's Mr. Bradshaw, Ms. Alcacer, and Ms. Charles, then Mr. Henry, there you are. There won't be a tie. So because there's not a tie, then I can't vote. And I'm looking at the charter, and the charter doesn't use that language, permitted to deliberate and vote, in the charter. So anyway, that's the consideration I would like to ask my colleagues to consider removing. And it's not throughout the whole document. It was just, like for instance, on this one, part of the purpose of the 312 of the city charter is to allow the legislative body of the city to investigate any matters relating to the city and its employees and officials. As a result, all evidence and testimony shall be submitted to the members of the City Council, and then again, who may deliberate and vote on the matters under investigation. So there's apparently, and I don't know, I haven't received anything, maybe the other counselors have, but there's a packet that you were supposed to be putting together for the 312 hearing for July 2nd, and I guess because of that, I haven't received it?
No, it hasn't been provided.
Oh, it hasn't
Yeah,
been provided
no,
to anyone?
To anyone. The full
Okay.
packet in preparation for the 312 hearing hasn't been provided.
And so
to
that's why
anybody.
I thought, well, maybe because of that, I didn't get the packet because
No,
I wasn't able to
You get
deliberate
the
and vote.
packet. You'll get the packet when it's finished. I anticipate.
Because you have to be prepared.
Right. I anticipate it being provided to the council early next week. Unfortunately, I have, I started at 5 and I drove right from different things straight here, and it's kind of going to be that way for me for the next several days. I have what I'll say is about 80% of the packet put together for the council, along with explanations. It's just, I anticipate this weekend actually being the time period I can finish it up in order to provide to you. Because I wanted to give you at least a week
Okay.
to look through what's there in preparation for the meeting.
Mm-hmm. And approximately how many pages are we going to have to review?
If you're looking at the entire investigation, a good portion of it has already been provided to you. The extra information, it requires some distilling or just some explanation, and that's the part that I haven't finished. And so the extra pieces of information, I don't really want to hazard too much of a guess. It would be, I'm going to say under 50 pages of the extra stuff. It's just
Under 50 pages?
Under 50.
Okay.
But the explanation will basically distill it, and I'm hoping to cull down the explanations so it's short and sweet, and it's easy to digest.
And then how about exhibits? Those would
Well,
be...
that's the exhibits.
Those are the exhibits.
Those are the exhibits
okay.
that I'm talking about.
Okay. So 50 pages. Okay. All right. So anyway, so I thought I wanted to put it back on the agenda, and then I just saw that it's a first reading, so I thought, okay, now how do we do this? Because if we have to... I mean, anyway, I'll open it up to the council. I don't know if you all realized, and I think I even asked you last week, and you said you thought I could ask questions.
I said at certain times, and that's what he provides in here. And he does a very thorough, detailed explanation of why you're not able to ask questions. And I would appreciate it, Mr. Henry, if you can explain from your report why it is, because I appreciate the thoroughness of it.
Yes, ma'am. Your charter uses different phrases. Sometimes it says the city council, sometimes it says members of the city council, sometimes it says city, sometimes it says council, and they're used in kind of different contexts. And so when we went through and adjusted the wording from the original draft of the ordinance, and we went through the different reads, different words were suggested and changed and things like that. And so when you look at the charter, there is a section in 3.12, I believe it is 4.
I'm
B4.
sorry, 3.12 what?
B4. And it basically says members of the city council, a member of the city council who initiated or is the subject of the investigation or hearing shall not sit at the dais and shall not participate in, deliberate, or vote. And one of the aspects was when, who gets to do what at what time, especially if members of the council are involved in the complaints. And so when we went through the ordinance and made the different changes, the wording was chosen and placed in certain spots, basically. And what it really comes down to is, since by charter, Mayor, you are a member of the city council, and you are the presiding officer, but you don't vote unless there's a tie. And so at certain types of 312 hearings, because this ordinance isn't just for a single 312 hearing, it's designed for, all kind of 312 hearings that can come up. And so at certain types of 312 hearings, if it isn't a member of the council that's being investigated, you have a higher probability you're going to end up breaking a tie. If you've got even numbers, there's higher probabilities you can break a tie. But when you're having to remove council members, they're having to abstain because of their involvement in the complaints, it culls down the numbers. And so what the language basically says, you still get to discuss, you still get to deliberate, you still get to participate when the motions are made and give input. The way that the ordinance reads, it's just if you're not going to end up submitting for a vote, then you're not asking questions. You're still controlling the flow of the meeting. You're still controlling, the step-by-step that's in the ordinance, but you don't ask questions. That's for the council to ask questions of the complainant, respondent, and witness. Now, that's the way the wording of the ordinance is phrased, and when you compare it with the charter. You can do it that way. You can do it other ways. The particular procedures that the council wants to adopt is up to the council. So this was the ordinance that we went through, as you mentioned, Mayor, several hours going through over and over again, the different sections. So legally speaking, that's the way the wording plays out right now. It's up to the council what it wants to do with it. But when you're for certain 312 hearings and certain matters, you can ask questions. It depends on, it's tied directly to whether or not your vote is going to be cast as to whether or not you're going to solicit the questions that come out. That's the way the ordinance kind of reads right now. Does that make sense?
No, but
No? Okay.
anyway, I'm sorry. It's just so not, it just is not, it's contrary to what I've done my entire tenure as mayor. I've always been able to ask questions, always. I don't vote in case of a tie. So why would our charter disrespect that role as the mayor? And so that's why I'm sorry I didn't catch it. I mean, unless I just heard it from Ms. Alcacer at the last meeting. So that's why I wanted a clarification, because I didn't want to get into a big hubbub on July 2nd. Mayor, you can't ask questions. I'm like, what? You know. So that's why I asked it for clarification and to amend it to allow the mayor to ask questions. I don't see why I can't, but anyway. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
As I understood this, as we were going through this procedure, I mean, it kind of made sense that the city council who may deliberate and vote, because we're talking about possibly members of the council not being up on the dais, right? So obviously they can't vote and discuss the people who are not on the dais. So, but I think it inadvertently excluded you, the way I see it. So I would think that we could change this to members of the city council on the dais can ask questions about at each of these sections. The members of the city council who remain on the dais. I think that would kind of fix the concern, because I agree with you. In all these other instances, we talk about things, we have issues, discussions about 4th of July, et cetera. You ask a lot of questions about things going on. That doesn't mean you're voting, but you're asking questions. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
You mentioned we in crafting this. Who is the we?
Well, the whole council. I mean, when we went through it, we went through hours and hours of going through this. I put together an initial draft. That wording wasn't in their initial draft. But
It wasn't in there, right?
It was not in the original
But
draft.
there's a lot of different, it wasn't in these sections. It was in other sections.
Who changed it?
I don't recall. It was,
It wasn't done in council. It wasn't done in council.
Yeah, it was done in the council meeting. It
No,
was by
I
vote.
take that back. I was not done in council. So who made that change? And number one, because I would have caught that if that was done while we were at the dais. And number two, per our charter, section 306, under mayor, the mayor, this is from our charter, the mayor may debate and discuss any matters before the city council and shall only vote in the extent of a tie. So we need to follow the charter. Charter trumps your procedures.
Okay. I did look at that one, but thank you for pointing that out.
May,
Yes, Councilor.
may debate and discuss are the significant words, and you may do that. This is a question of the questions. But as a reminder, we spent more than 3 hours on 2 different nights because you went over every single word by word of what was proposed, word by word by word by word, and then we even had to have a third meeting because you kept going over, and that was more than an hour. So we're talking about just you asking questions for over 7 hours and making the changes because you wanted all these details and extra things in it. And if you go back and listen to the minutes, you will see how and why it was put there. But we have spent numerous hours. We need to go forward. If you can focus beyond this first hearing that we're about to have that needs to be done over and over, the employees, the complainants have requested who's holding up the process and who does it seem to be holding up the process, but members of council and the mayor. And this needs to stop. It's the same thing. We're in the midst of it. We had to stop having trying to make these rules because the city was slapped with a lawsuit. Your husband represented Mr. Martinez in the lawsuit. Your law firm that you work at every day, you said you can't even be here on one of the meeting days we were choosing because your law firm had to be in a different city. We accommodated that. But now you're saying it wasn't about that. Your husband knew nothing. You've never talked about him. It's totally unfair to what's going on in the city. The people here, those who are not in the know, have no clue. But that's in fact what happened, and we need to proceed with the hearing on July 2nd and go forward with this. We worked all this time on getting it. We have it done, and now it's an attempt, as I see it, at more delay for the convenience of a few.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Before I ask for second comments, do you all have any comments, Ms. Charles or Ms. Rodriguez?
I know. The report you said that you're going to get out to us early next week, will me and the other individual be getting that same report?
No, you will not.
Okay.
That's just the one to the council.
Okay, no problem. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Martinez, you can have a second comment.
Now, as a member of the council, even though I'm the one being charged, I should get a copy of that report because there's going to be information in there that I'm going to need to protect myself with. And number two, oh God, I forgot what I was going to say. It was about what Monica said a minute ago.
Well, I'll go ahead and make a comment. First of all, we got to go back to the timeline here, okay? And December, these complaints were filed, and then and Mr. Henry was hired by the manager to conduct this investigation. March 15th is when we got his factual report and his legal report. The first meeting that we had on this issue was April the 2nd. And we went into executive session, and the action coming out of executive session was for Mr. Henry to conduct more investigation. The next city council meeting was April 16th. Dr. Edwards' wife, he was not able to be here because he had an illness in the family. At that city council meeting, two counselors on the dais, it was Counselor Alcacer and Counselor Jordan, moved right then and there to adopt the protocols that Mr. Henry had given us that evening, and then to move for setting the 312 hearing on April the 30th. And I argued that night that we have to follow our charter. If we have a charter, we need to follow it. And the charter says you have to adopt this ordinance that we just painstakingly did for the last many hours, and we didn't do that. We did not do that. So Mr. Martinez had no choice but to file a lawsuit to stop this action of a 312 hearing without the due process of procedures. So that's what prompted the lawsuit. He consulted with my husband, who referred him to an attorney. My husband does not represent him, does not have a contract with him, hasn't been paid any money, but he's consulted with him because he needed some help. And so he helped Mr. Martinez through those two hearings. I didn't go to the first hearing, but the investigative attorney went to the judge on the first hearing, which was the Friday before the 30th, and told the judge, we do have ordinances. We do have a 312 ordinance, and use section 1.04 in our just general law ordinances says the city council meets on the first and third Tuesdays of the month. And my understanding was that Judge Mary says, bring me the ordinance, but you didn't have it, so he didn't make a decision. But the next Monday, he did not take the case. Another judge took the case, and it was argued that we did not have the procedures in place for these the 312 procedures, and so the judge canceled the 312 hearing that was set on the 30th. And so that enabled us to take a step back to try to get these ordinances in place for due process. And so, you know, I just want us to follow our ordinance, but anyway, and that's how I'm remembering it. It's been a very stressful couple of months. Okay, go ahead.
You just mentioned it, Mayor. Darby Riley is not my attorney. He has given me some advice, but my attorney is Ed Cano. And Ed Cano is the one that I've given money to represent me, not Darby Riley.
Mayor, while I understand
I'm sorry.
you're responding to some of the comments made, I'm fearful we're deviating too far from what's actually on the agenda, which is the amendment of this ordinance.
Well, I think we just needed some background information, you know, because people don't know. They don't know what's going on. It's very complicated, and, you know, it just seemed like Mr. Martinez just filed this lawsuit. Well, he filed it for a reason, and because he was about ready to, you know, anyway, I've already said that, so I won't repeat myself. But anyway, that's all I wanted to do, was just to give some background information.
If we're talking about the ordinance, let's go back and talk about the ordinance.
Okay,
Is all my
that's
point.
fine. I just, again, I just disagree that that the mayor doesn't have a right to ask questions to a witness, a complainant, a respondent. I just think that that's part of my role as mayor. So.
But just a minute, Mayor, you just said we should follow the ordinance, and that's what the
No,
ordinance
I'm
says.
sorry. Follow the home rule charter is what I meant to say. Follow the home rule charter. Excuse me. Thank you for that clarification.
And just as a further clarification in response to what the mayor has contributed, we tried numerous times, over and over again, to try to get hearings set, to get protocol established. You would not agree to one. Mr. Former Consular Edwards never, ever responded a single time to it, just like he hasn't turned in his iPad yet, and the new consular hasn't been able to use it in the past month or so. So this is not something that there didn't need to be a suit. It's just you had already made declarations that we shouldn't even be having it. So let's get all the facts together, and then we'll have a more fair
Yeah.
and
Okay.
open
Let me
time.
just add to that. After the April 16th hearing, you did say, I think it was in an email, well, maybe we should do what the mayor says and have 2 readings for the 312 hearing. But the thing is, it was between Easter and Fiesta, and you just there was not enough time. And
There
so that
was
was why.
time to respond.
I know,
The
we
sec-
have to get off of this, I understand, but I'm just wanting to add that.
The second point is, Darby Riley made it very clear in court that he sat the entire time as co-counsel, and he made it very clear in court that he was representing Mr. Martinez, and that is on the court record.
Okay. Anything else? Excuse me, no comments, please.
Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to make a
Yes.
motion that we amend this everywhere in the charter where it says council who may deliberate and vote, to change it to council members who remain on the dais.
It's out
during
of
the
order, it's
investigation.
a first read.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, so if it's a first read, we can't make any changes to it?
You can make some suggested
Yeah, I
changes,
would like to
but
make a
it
suggestion
can't-
to-
it can't be voted
make that
on
change.
until the next.
Till the next
meeting.
read?
Okay. Which would have to be before the 7/2/19 312 hearing.
Right.
In order for it to be.
Or can we have a special meeting right before the 312 and just to have that one issue brought up?
I have a question for Mr. Henry. Is there any reason to change this prior to the 312 hearings scheduled on July 2nd? Is there any necessity?
There's no necessity. It complies with the way your charter is written. You have the ability to change it, but you're not required to change it. That is completely up to the council, what you want to do with it. Did that answer your question?
Yes, sir, thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, so the second, well, I don't know. Everybody votes on this, right? It's not a voting thing now, but anyway. Mhm. All right. So did you have a specific recommendation for changing it? And we'll just at least consider it, not that it's may or may not pass, but we'll certainly create a record of this.
Yeah, my recommendation is that we allow the mayor to ask questions during the 312 hearing and to change the wording of this procedure so that it states that council members who remain on the dais during the hearing.
Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
Mr. Henry, I wanted to ask you, on the second read, when council votes on this, if they come up with a motion on the second read, who votes?
Because this is a kind of an all-encompassing, it's not limited to one particular thing, it's the procedural elements, the whole council votes. And I believe the whole council voted on this
on that
ordinance last time.
Mhm.
So I believe it is appropriate for all the council to vote, and no one has to be excluded from it.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. Okay, very good. If there's no other questions, or do we have any comments from our citizens here in the chambers, if you'll come and state your name and where you live. Okay. Generally, not specifically.
My name is Pat Martinez, Leon Valley. Witnessing this right here, the mayor trying to get things appropriate where things can have a fair and even trial, or whatever you want to call this, is her prerogative. And if you were doing it, Councilor Alcaceri, you would be doing the same thing. You would be hounding and hounding until you got what you thought was right. You should not put down the mayor for what she thinks needs to be done.
Jason Forest Oaks. I don't know where to start except to say my heart is broken over what's going on in Leon Valley. First of all, I feel like, in my opinion, Ms. Alcazar, you're displaying a pattern of repeated unprofessional and inappropriate behavior towards Mayor Riley and towards Mr. Martinez. I would encourage you to apologize to our mayor and to the citizens of Leon Valley for this behavior. We don't deserve this. The council doesn't deserve it. Mayor Riley doesn't deserve it, nor do the citizens. Thank you.
Yes.
This is the first time I've come to a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very proud to come because I am a new resident here.
Mm-hmm.
But I can definitely see the division here.
Mm-hmm.
Something's
There's a
wrong.
division.
All of you have got to get on the same page. There's definitely something wrong here, and it saddens me.
Thank you. I'm sorry, what was your name, ma'am? Sandra Solis. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, if there's no other questions or comments, then we'll move on to the next.
My name is Richard Blackmore. I live in Forest Haven. This situation's tearing this town apart. The mayor has thick skin. She's been doing this for 14 years. She can handle it. What y'all should have done, get rid of this attorney. He's spending my tax dollars. For one thing. Another thing, you should have called the Rangers. It's been 2 women that come forward. Now, the other matter with verbal abuse, it's a whole different ballgame. But this, too, the Rangers should have been involved. Would have settled this whole matter real quick and do it in less than a week. and you wouldn't be paying a high dollar attorney. Thank you very much.
Okay.
God bless Leon Valley.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Jordan, and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Citizens, I'm David Jordan, former City Councilman here for Leon Valley. And I want to stand up here to say tonight that this situation, number one, came to the City Council. Just like the Mayor gave she gave a pretty good timeline, but around the December 16th, we got information about this complaint. The city manager notified the mayor on the very same day, a few hours later. The process was started, and then as we're going down the road, we come to this point. Now, the report came to the council, and we have an obligation to hear every single person that made a complaint in this report. We don't have the obligation to sit around and talk. Let's sit around and let's talk it out. These are allegations of sexual harassment, but not by one female, but by two females. These are allegations of hostile work environment. We have an obligation to take the facts wherever they may lead us. Now, it's clear, Mayor Riley, that you have decided already that what side that you're going to hear, and no more. It's already been stated. You've already, number one, you want to wait till the campaign was over to have this hearing. Just like Councilman Alcacer said, I was sitting on the council, we repeatedly requested that this item go before the City Council and be started as soon as possible due to the seriousness of the situation. Repeatedly, it was evaded, it was dismissed, it was forgotten about, it didn't make it to the agenda. There was one reason, one excuse after the other. So finally, with procedural maneuvers, myself and Ms. Alcacer at least got it on the agenda for it to be heard. In the meantime, like you said, there's 1,000 other attorneys in the city of San Antonio, but your husband decided to represent Mr. Martinez in this process. You know what? At that point, I didn't have an opinion on whether Mr. Martinez was guilty, not guilty, or otherwise. My point is, the staff has a right to be heard. And you, ma'am, the staff has a right to be heard. And you, as the mayor of this city, should have taken a neutral position in this process and allowed the process to take its course. This is not a witch hunt, okay? This is not politically motivated. These items came to the City Council by the accused actions of one individual.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, yes. Come on up. You bet. Go ahead. Can I ask him to please, because he has not had a chance to speak. Yeah.
Once again, my name is Fernando Correa, resident for 15 years. This thing is just a fiasco. As the gentleman stated, if this was an accusation of some wrongdoing, then it should have been taken to the legal authorities to investigate whatever legal law enforcement, be the Texas Rangers, be the county, be whatever. It should have been taken to them so it could have been properly investigated and then go forward with file charges if you have to. The other issue about this, the charter, the amendment, as to whether the mayor votes or not or asks questions, if you're sitting on the days, you should be able to ask questions. I'm sorry. This thing about, well, the mayor can't do this, and I'm not taking sides, but as you, as members of the council, which you are, should be allowed to ask questions, all of you. But as I agree with him, this thing should have been taken to the legal authorities and have them properly investigated, rather than go round and round with procedures and charter amendments. This could have been adjudicated by long before this. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Excuse me. Oh, okay. Ms. Martinez was next, and then you, Chief. I ahead, ask her.
Okay, as far as David Jordan's speech about the mayor being partial, there are 2 council members on this council that are partial. They've been wanting to get rid of Benny since last year, and we've heard people say that, and so you can't say that you're not wanting him to be taken off council, because that would be a lie if you did. And just like the mayor said, there's 3 people that would be on the council to be able to vote, and it would be a 2-to-1 vote, and she knows which ones that would be. There's no fairness there. There's no fairness to you listening to any evidence, because you already got your mind made up. You had it made up months ago. That's why you went through this procedure. And he mentioned there was 2 accusations from 2 women. One woman was Catherine Rodriguez, excuse me. The other lady, she dropped her complaint because her complaint to the attorney was changed, and he put it in a different words, and she said that wasn't what she said. So she told him to drop it because she didn't want to be part of that. So there's a lot of stuff going on here, and I wouldn't trust anything he said or anything else that he put on that paper for people to read about accusations.
Thank you.
I have a question. Ms. Martinez, what counselors do you think are trying to get rid of Benny Martinez?
You and Ms. Alcazar.
Don't know a thing about me, and you don't know where I stand.
Remember, I heard
We're
you
not
say
going to
you
argue back
only.
and forth.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
the only
fine.
reason you're on the dais, to
Thank
get
you.
rid of him.
All right.
Mayor, Council, I just want to address the thought that we could take this to an outside legal agency. All law enforcement agencies are only investigatory for criminal offenses. These things are not criminal. Sexual harassment is not criminal like it would be in the military, and that's what we're used to. It's not a criminal offense. It is a civil offense. It is not something that the Rangers, and yes, I did talk to them about it, but it's not something that they will pick up, nor will any other law enforcement agency, because this is an internal thing, and it's an investigatory for internal civil violations. So no other law enforcement, even me, we're not investigating this stuff because it's not criminal.
Okay.
So we have to have somebody else investigate it. We're better off with an outside person doing it, so we can have some form of understanding that it's going to be somebody unbiased that's going to do the investigation. I don't know this gentleman, and I haven't read the report, so I don't know how good or bad it was, but a law enforcement officer is not going to be able to investigate these complaints for civil things versus criminal, and that's our role.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. So then, okay, one more comment, and then we'll move on because it's getting.
All right. We're still on the first issue. We're not on the second issue yet. On Henry's.
Let Mr.
Mr.
Blackmore.
Martinez,
Yes.
I voted for you in each and every election.
Thank you.
You've been an inspiration here in Leon Valley. You've done a lot of good in Leon Valley. And these accusations, if you use your brain matter, one thing I've heard, hands-on, that makes it a criminal offense. Now, like I said, it should be the Rangers. I voted for you in the past, like I voted for everybody up here, all except for one council member, and he's sitting to my left over here. I'm still wondering how he got elected, but that's a different story. But that's all I got to say about this thing.
Thank you. I appreciate
Get it over with. Finish it up. Let's get on with the city business. Stop spending my tax dollars. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. All right. Okay. One more comment because this is, and then we'll move to Mr. Henry's number 5.
It's very short. Lynn Joseph. I just want to read a quote that was given. and this is regards to Mrs. Counselor, I'm sorry, just blanked out. Mrs. Rodriguez. When she was asked why she filed a complaint with the city manager, Rodriguez stated that she was not aware of the procedures to follow, so it made sense to file with, I'm sorry?
How did you get a copy of the report?
Well, it's public knowledge. It's public.
Is it public knowledge, Mr. Henry, at this point?
The factual
This
report
is your
only.
interview.
The
This
factual
is
report only.
her interview with Mr. Henry. I will start over. Stated that she was not aware of the procedures to follow, so it made sense to file with the city manager. Rodriguez confided that she felt that she was alone and without recourse, as she feels Mayor Riley already disliked her since before she was even counseled due to her dance classes. I feel that this is overstepping the ethics procedure. You overstepped and went to Kelly instead of the mayor. You should have inquired before you did that.
Thanks
Nothing
for your
more.
opinion.
Okay. All right. You know, I think this is just, we're kind of getting into a flavor of what the 312 hearing is going to be about right now, because these people can come up, witnesses, I guess, can come up. There's not going to be a pre-list of witnesses, right? So, well, but unless they're a witness, if they're called, they're a witness. Mr. Rodriguez.
Martin Rodriguez. I've heard all of these that people talk about, and it's been so much time wasted, so much money spent. Why don't we do it now? Somebody is accused of wrongdoing, and the person says that I'm innocent. I would like to say that the trial should be today, not tomorrow. Wasting time.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Rainey. Okay.
I have been listening to everything that has been said here. A lot of it has been really bothering me because I'm Mrs. Rodriguez. I am the mother of the victim. Listen to what I'm saying. The victim. Mayor, have you ever bothered to talk to my daughter since all of this has happened and ask her what happened? How does she feel? Tell me how many times you have talked to her to see. All you've been doing is defending this man. And maybe because he's a personal friend of yours. But what about my daughter? And you, Mrs. Martinez, let me tell you, she did not come from any other universe. She was born at the Nix Hospital in San Antonio, Texas. And that's what I'm telling you, because
Miss Rodriguez, please don't. You have to talk to the council. So that's it.
you guys well know because
Okay, thank
she
you.
was
I
here
appreciate
and
it.
she
I
was
think we're going to
saying-
move on. I appreciate it because I kind of opened up the
Rather
door.
not hear me because you have
I
not
would.
defended my daughter.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move then to okay, Mr. Rainey. All right. It's just, I know. It's terrible.
Well, I showed up here tonight to compliment our police department, okay? When I first moved to Leon Valley, it was a speed trap. And the cops, couldn't even approach those guys hardly. And I had experience with this. However, we got a good chief, and we got good police officers here. And I can speak from experience. That was June18. She showed up at my place. I was about ready to fight some guys from Sprint Phone Company. And she broke it up. She did it good. The chief, you can approach him, and you can approach the other police officers here now without, I don't know. I approached the guys one time, and I thought they was going to bite my head off.
Mayor, Mr. Rainey, I love what you're saying, but this is off topic, and so it needs
What
to.
topic? This topic?
The topic was
The ordinance.
The ordinance, and so we need you to say this and citizens to be heard. We really appreciate what
is
you're
that what
saying.
it is?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
that's
sorry.
right.
I
We
thought
really
we were gonna do
appreciate
that.
what you're saying, though.
All right.
Thank
Anyway,
you. We just
guys
wanted.
get
The chief
professional.
wanted to hear those compliments too. So thank you. All right, we're going to move then to agenda item number 9.5 because of Mr. Henry's schedule. And this was a agenda item requested by Mr. Martinez and Mr. Bradshaw concerning Mr. Henry's contact, or I think it's supposed to be contract.
Contract.
So I'm not sure.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This was an item that was requested by Councilor Benny Martinez and Councilor Will Bradshaw. And so all I'm going to do is take you through the timeline, and then you all can ask the questions, because I'm not sure exactly what you want to ask. And then Mr. Henry is here, available to answer questions as well.
Excuse me, did y'all request a PowerPoint?
No.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know if we need to go through that PowerPoint. Do you have just some general questions that you wanted to ask? I think just for time, time-wise.
I have a statement, and I've got, just gave Crystal,
You want me to put that up now?
I don't think we need to go through this, because a lot of this isn't what I've got here.
Yeah, if we're not interested in the specifics of the contract, then I can.
I don't know what they're, I'm
Yeah, I don't
asking
know
them
either.
if they had requested a PowerPoint, and if so, then let them, but usually whoever requested it, you lead the discussion, so
Okay,
whatever y'all want, it doesn't matter to me.
But if you, after my, what I have to say, if you want to go back to it, we can.
Okay,
Oh.
now what is this?
Mr. Martinez handed it to me, so I'm going to put it up on.
Okay, hang on
Okay.
just a second.
Is
And what does this have to do with Mr. Henry's contract?
You'll see in a minute.
Okay.
It's further down. No, don't worry about it. Just try, don't even pay attention to that right now. Okay. On December 12th, Councilwoman Rodriguez filed a complaint against me. Per our charter, she should have filed her complaint with the mayor. Kelly Kinsler should have advised her of this fact. On December 18th, the city attorney, Denise Frederick, filed a complaint against me. That same day is when the city manager hired Mr. Henry to represent the city, with only one valid complaint at this time. Councilor Rodriguez's complaint should not have been accepted by her. Denise Frederick, being the attorney, should have known about the reference A5, which would be in the board, and we'll go through that in a minute. That's a human resources subject, sexual harassment and other unlawful harassment. Kelly Kinsler signed this form on September 1st, 2018. So it should have been fresh in Denise's and Denise Frederick's mind. Okay, Kelly Kinsler, I said, hired Ryan Henry to do the investigation on December 18th. Ryan Henry's report dated February 4th, 2019, memo regarding the authority to hire outside investigator for intercity complaints. As everybody knows, you have two sides to every issue. I'd be willing to bet a steak dinner that if you had another attorney could argue the same facts that Mr. Henry did not have, or that the city manager did not have the authority to hire Mr. Henry. So, you get two attorneys and you're going to get 5 different answers. Mr. Henry completed his investigation on March 15th. He presented his findings on April 2nd in executive session. If the city manager had the authority to hire him to do this investigation, which I question, with only one complainant on December 18th, his contract was fulfilled at the end of the executive session. Let's see. If you go to the slide and at the third page, there's a highlighted section. There, right there.
And what is this from?
Huh? This
What
is
is this
A5
from?
from the personnel manual.
Personnel manual, okay. And It relates to the
Oh, right there,
contract.
right there.
Okay.
Okay. If a harassment complaint is against the city manager or members of the council, the report shall go directly to the mayor. If the complaint is against the mayor, the complaint will go to the city manager. So this being in the personnel manual, and if you go to a couple more pages, every city employee has to sign this form. This is a form that everybody has to sign. So right there, this tells the city manager that Catherine Rodriguez's complaint should have gone to the mayor and not to her. And any of the complainants from city employees should have gone straight to the mayor. Section 101 of our charter says the city of Leon Valley shall have the council city manager form of government. All powers of the city of Leon Valley hereinafter referred to as a city shall be vested in the council, hereinafter referred to as the city council, which shall enact local legislation, adopt budgets, determine policies, and appoint the city manager. The city manager shall answer to the city council for the execution of the laws and the administration of the government of the city. Article 3, General Powers and Duties. All powers of the city shall be vested in the city council, except as otherwise provided by law or this charter. The city council, and the mayor is the head of the city council, shall provide for the exercise thereof and for the performance of all duties and obligations imposed on by the city by law. And it goes on, section 306.
Okay.
The mayor shall be the presiding officer of the city council and shall be recognized as the head of the government for all ceremonial
Mr. Martinez,
purposes.
I'm just going to interrupt you because I really want to know, because it doesn't, I mean, I know you're reading the charter, but what is this about Ryan Henry's contract? We've got to keep it back on the topic.
This all has to do with his card.
Well, can you summarize it?
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it that way
basically-
because I don't know
Okay,
where you're
basically,
going with it. And
the way I interpret his, let's say for sake of argument, and only for sake of argument, that the city manager had authority to hire Mr. Henry. When he gave his presentation to city council on April 2nd, his charge was completed. He was no longer hired by the city council or the city to do any investigation. At that point, the city charter takes over and the city council shall investigate. The city council. And if the city council wanted Mr. Henry to continue, the mayor and the city council should have hired him to continue representing the city. Now, on April 25th, the city manager signed another agreement with Mr. Henry to continue hiring him to represent the city. I say this is a violation of the city manager's duties. She did not have the authority to sign a contract for the city council. So really, after April 2nd, every bit of billing, every money that the city paid to Mr. Henry should be refunded to the city, because he was not hired by the city council to do any investigation.
okay, all right. Mr. Bradshaw, do you have anything to add? Because it was your joint items.
Yeah, I just, my question has to do with the nature of Mr. Henry's contract. Is it an ongoing contract we have right now, or is it as needed? Do we have a?
Sure, it's easy to answer. Will you go back to the timeline, please? And then I can also answer Councilor Martinez's questions while you're going to the timeline. So what you were referring to was the personnel policy. The personnel policy would absolutely apply if it were Denise. However, there was a counselor involved. And so that's why TML was called, because I didn't know what to do. Actually, I didn't know what to do, so I went to the city attorney first to get advice, who informed me she would be making a complaint herself, which forced my hand to go to TML. I was without representation. Second of all powers shall be vested in the city council. They are. You all are the decision makers. I simply asked for the investigation, and I didn't ask for it to come to me. I asked for it to come to you. And then you all will be the deciders in the 312 hearing. I have nothing to do with that. The other thing, as far as the April 25th contract, Councilor Martinez, you sued the City of Leon Valley. And when the City of Leon Valley is sued, it is my job to make certain that we have representation, just like what we heard earlier. So you had two lawyers, being Mr. Cano and Darby Riley. I had to get a lawyer to represent the city. So therefore, since we had an attorney who already was familiar with the case, it would save, there was no reason to get a brand new attorney to have to relearn the case and invest all the taxpayers' dollars into that attorney into learning that case. So Ryan Henry was the logical choice. So yes, I engaged in a second contract with Ryan Henry. And if you look at the timeline, that should answer your question, Councilor Bradshaw. December 18th, I actually spoke with members of the legal team and the risk pool, asked them what did I need to do to move forward with the complaints that I had received regarding the conduct of Councilor Martinez. The exact same day I spoke, the Texas Municipal League suggested that I hire a pre-litigation, I start a pre-litigation investigation and I hire an attorney to do that. They gave me 4 names. The first 3 were already representing us. The 4th name was Ryan Henry. I believe all of you met Ryan Henry before I did. I did not know Mr. Henry. So I had a telephone conversation with him. December 19th, I briefed Mayor Riley at 12:15 p.m., according to my receptionist calendar, regarding the complaints that were received. December 19th, 12:47, 32 minutes later, I entered into just an email terms with Ryan Henry to conduct the pre-litigation investigation. If you go to the next page, we're still on December 19th, an hour and 13 minutes later, I send an email to you and the mayor notifying you of the allegations. And I ask you not to have contact with either Councilmember Rodriguez or City Attorney Denise Frederick. So you were notified very timely. Fast forward April 25th. So then I have nothing else to do with, but I will tell you, in December, the email agreement was that Mr. Henry, conduct the pre-litigation investigation, because that's what we want to do. We don't want to send our taxpayers or our city out and get sued based on any types of violations or perceived violations, whether they exist or they don't. That's what a pre-litigation investigation is for, to make certain that we are being responsive to the complainants and that we're protecting you, so that all of the evidence comes out, and then the council, who are the decision makers, will make that decision, not the city manager. So the first terms of engagement with Mr. Henry were to, number 1, conduct the investigation, and number 2, advise the council afterwards. That's exactly what he has done. The second time I asked to enter into engagement with Mr. Henry's office was when you sued the City of Leon Valley. I found out that you had representation in the terms, there's the cause number, in the terms of Edward Cano and Darby Riley. The city was not represented. So the city had to be represented. The most logical person to hire was the person who already knew the case. Therefore, I did a second contract with Ryan Henry on April the 25th. We discussed it. I believe the letter wasn't signed until April the 30th, if my memory is correct. On May 10th, the above case was heard, where you sued the City of Leon Valley, and your injunction was denied. So that's over. If you go to the next screen, there is a screen there that shows you, the green part shows you the amount of $26,000 that we have had to spend on this investigation, $15,000 that the taxpayers have had to spend based on your lawsuit, Mr. Martinez, and then $4,000 from the mayor asking Ryan Henry to clarify and get opinions and clarify questions. The finance department has gone through these bills and done this chart for me so you can see, number one, I have authority up to $50,000. I have not exceeded my authority. And the $15,000 one should be closed now because it's over. Your injunction was denied. I'm concerned about the green part and the orange part because they fall together. And so, to eventually run up against that $50,000 marker because we still have the 312 hearing left. So I hope that answers your questions, Councilor Bradshaw, and I was hoping that timeline would be responsive because I know you had mentioned something about that.
I'd just like to add on my red little slice there. Mr. Henry called me. I went and visited with him. I mean, so it's not just me calling him asking for clarification.
We're just going
Okay.
straight off of his bill
I know,
when
but
you
I'm
call
just-
him or email him.
Just the way you put it, like I've run up these bills. No,
No, I just
mean,
all they
feel
did is
I've,
highlighted. Yeah, all they did
and
is
other
highlighted.
people on this board have called him too, like Ms. Alcacer. So, I mean, everybody's called him.
Yeah,
And
so what they did, Mayor, it had nothing to do really, that they're just showing the 3 significant
Wait.
expenditures.
You singled me out. So
Oh, well,
I
my
had to-
apologies. We were
I
trying
had
to
I had
to show.
defend myself there.
And actually, what's interesting, Mayor, about yours is yours involved a lot of investigation as to whether or not the city manager had the authority to do it. There was various things. I forgot the second one that needed to be investigated.
Quorum. I asked about the quorum.
You asked about the
Yeah, you
quorum,
sure did.
and so
I
there
thought
were
they were
stuff
legitimate
that,
questions.
yeah, they absolutely
You
were,
know?
but they were stuff that I didn't anticipate in the green, so I just didn't know how to label them. So they were absolutely legitimate questions, Mayor. Thank you for pointing that out. And so there was your timeline. I hope I've answered Mr. Martinez's questions.
And thank you so much for putting that in the timeline. Thank you for putting that in the timeline about you telling me back in December not to have any contact with Counselor Rodriguez. It was in your timeline. Don't contact her or.
It was actually to Mr. Martinez.
Well, no. Let's
were
no,
CC'd.
go back. There was another thing.
It was December 18th
There was something else I just saw there.
or December 19th, one of the two.
That I was not to have contact with. Okay, notifying him of the allegation, asking that he not have contact.
Correct.
I thought I was not supposed to have contact with anybody either. I was supposed to let the investigation, proceed. So anyway, all right, I misread that. Thank you. All right, any other questions on this contract issue, Mr. Martinez or Mr. Bradshaw? Anybody else on the dais? Anyone in our chambers have a question on the contract? Okay.
I have a couple of motions, Mayor.
Motions for this?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, what would that be? No, there's no
Yes,
action.
there is. Read it again.
Ryan Henry's contract. That's it.
That's not what
Oh, we're on 9.5. There's no action on this.
It's reading what it is. It's a motion and discussion.
No, didn't even say that. Just says Ryan Henry's contract. That's it. There's nothing there. Just wanted to ask some questions, just general questions.
That's how the
which they-
counselors requested the
Yeah,
item.
that's right. So, okay, so then moving on to the city manager's report, number 4. Thank you, Mr. Henry. Yes, you certainly may.
Thank you.
Ms. Kinsler, do you want to stay there on your city manager's report? That's the next agenda
Sure.
item.
Sure.
Whatever you prefer.
So first of all, on a much lighter note, we got a thank you from Councilor Anna Sandoval that I'm just going to pass around if everybody will initial that Mayor Riley gave me, thanking us for the assistance with the property tax workshop. That place was packed, whoever went, and there was lots of good information there. 400 people got that information, so really happy about that, and I was glad that the city of Leon Valley could sponsor that. So I'll just pass that down, and then maybe the citizens can take a peek. I wanted to remind the citizens that are still here in the Lions Roar council is really interested in your input on the animal ordinance. And so there was a survey that you could rip out of the Lion's Roar and then mail in, and postage is paid for. They just want to hear from you. They want to know how you're feeling about, or what your pulse is regarding the animal ordinance. So if you would please get that in by July 15th so we can get some results to council so that they can be responsive to what you want. He's not here, and I don't know if Brandon is here or not, but if you would please, Brandon's Assistant Planning and Zoning Director successfully graduated from the CPM certification program while he was here. He actually started at his other job and finished it here, but he graduated on June 10th at 2 p.m., and they actually had the services for the certified public managers at the Texas Capitol. So again, really proud that our staff continues to get themselves trained and certified, and so if you'd please congratulate him from me and this council as well. I was going to talk to you about Senate Bill 2. Representative Lopez did that. If anybody has any questions, hopefully I can answer them. The conference room is unavailable for the July coffee, which was rescheduled to July 20th. So I just need a consensus from the council. Do you want to move the coffee to the council chambers, or do you want to reschedule it to August or move it back to July 27th? Because you all had rescheduled it from July 27th to July 20th. I know Mayor Riley couldn't be here, and I don't know if there was somebody else that couldn't. I can't remember.
I since have something scheduled on the 27th, so I can't.
You can't move it back either, so we have two of you unavailable.
Can we do it in August?
That's up to this body.
I just prefer to keep it on a quarterly basis, and I think we've done this before. We've done it in October where we move it up one because we have, various conflicts. So I think the 20th, I wanted to hear from the residents. Do you mind having it here in the chambers, or do you think we should have it at the community center? The only reason I kind of question the community center is just so big, and I hate to heat and cool, a big, huge mammoth for, 45 or 50 people, but we could do it that way if that's more convenient. But that's my 2 cents. So, Ms. Charles, how do you feel? And Councilor Rodriguez, and we'll just go around.
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
I'm good with whatever.
Okay.
I just think this is too small, too, or possibly too small, but maybe not.
We can put it in a U shape. I mean, we've had workshops in here in the U shape, and I think it works pretty good. And the food's outside, and again, just to keep the consistency of the quarterly meeting is what I would say. Yes, Councilor Martinez, whatever you.
I don't have any problem with the conference center or the community center, either one.
Well, the conference center is not available, so that's why we have to move
Community center is
it. The
fine.
community
That's a
center or
good.
here.
That's a good venue.
Okay.
I'm fine with either one, the community center or here. I'd have the same concern as Ms. Alcazar, is the seating. Do we have enough, can we put chairs out in the foyer, and is there a fire code violation? Chief, I don't know.
No.
Yes, Mr. Blackmore, let's hear from our residents this evening on what you think we should do. Well, the library, that room is even smaller than this, and I don't know if you probably already have it. Oh, okay, there you go. So parking may be an issue over there? Okay, all right. Anyone else have a preference on where we have it, either July or August, here or community center?
If we do have it in August, maybe the first weekend in August. Keep it kind of close.
Yeah. Won't be back that week. Yes, if you'll come to the podium, because we are recording.
I think you should keep as close to the quarterly time because people get used to the ones that do come to get used to it being on a quarterly basis. If you start moving it back, you start moving forward, then it kind of throws the timeline.
Right.
I think I've set up meetings and stuff. I think if you're going to have 40, 50 people, you can set it up to where people can still come to. And as Councilman Bradshaw, said, if you had to be just, you've got voice
Right.
outside, so you can set up one you outside.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So the consensus is to keep it on the 20th and have it here, or keep it on the 20th and have it at the community center. That's that's July, or as Ms. Alcacer is suggesting, we do it in August. So, need to make a decision. I'm for keeping it on the 20th and having it here. I'm just going to say what I'm for, so.
You're the mayor.
Well, I mean, I like to work with my colleagues. I work together. We're a team. At least we try to be.
Here is fine.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay.
Okay, so July 20th here. Okay, and what we'll probably do is set like a box, a U-shaped table up, and then put the food out in the foyer part, and maybe we can allow for some more room that way.
Just
We'll
a
do our
point of
best.
clarification on the rules for the coffee, the two council members can't sit at the same table. So I'm just going to throw that out there.
We can spread them around.
Yeah.
So if you do it in a U shape, it's considered.
Okay. All right.
The way we've done the coffees in here before was we just got the small tables from the conference center, the square ones, and we just put a few
Okay.
in here.
All right.
So if you're
Thank you,
okay with
Crystal,
that.
for that. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. All right, so July 20th, 9 to 11 here in the Leon Valley City Council chambers. Okay, thank you.
July 20th here. Okay. I also want to, and they're not, I don't think they're here either. Oh, yeah, there's Dave. Dave, come here. This is my favorite part, is getting to brag. Congratulations to Public Works. Leon Valley won the American Public Works Association Project of the Year for the Evers Road Bridge. Go team.
Was that a statewide award?
It is a statewide award, and they considered all similar projects and granted the prestigious award to Leon Valley for the Evers Road Bridge at their June conference. And I wish, had I not had another obligation, and I was actually going to go with them and hang and be part of it, but I didn't get to. But I had to be in Fort Worth. But they were there, and Jess Swaim was there, and I put a picture on next door. I got so excited. But anyway, so congratulations, and please pass it on to everybody that want to make sure that the council knew that. It's a big deal. Okay, also, there's been some mention from a couple of you, and I'm sorry, I don't remember which ones of you, I just make little notes, but that you had heard some mention of a citywide yard sale. And so I just wanted to see how y'all felt about that, if that's something you want us to try to orchestrate and do. I'm seeing some yeses, I see 2.
I think it
I
would
see
be
3.
fine.
Mr. Blackmore, for sure.
There's 4.
I'm sure it's, Mr. Bradshaw, didn't you bring it up one time?
Blackmore.
At the podium?
Blackmore.
Blackmore? Yeah, I thought you brought it up,
Okay.
and I think I
couldn't
heard
remember
it-
where I got the
I think
idea
I've
of
heard
it.
it in the neighborhood, so, I mean, I don't think it hurts to look into it and see how other cities have organized. I'm sure we're not I'm
Oh,
sure
no.
other people have, and we could kind of talk about it and see if this is
The
good for
sign
us.
committee brought it up and.
Oh, did they?
and,
Okay.
I'm not going to assign this to Sandra because Sandra's plate is very full, but Sandra just said she organized that in Chavano Park, so she can help somebody do that.
Okay.
So it'd be great. Okay, we'll start looking into coming up with the time for a citywide yard sale, probably in the fall, so it's cooler and we're not all out there in pain. Next city council meeting, the special city council meeting, Tuesday, July 2nd, 5:30. Next regular city council meeting was rescheduled from July 2nd to July 9th at 6 o'clock. And so because it was rescheduled, that's called a special as well. Yes,
Excuse me, I thought that was just for budget.
It is,
July 9th.
but you can put items on it
Oh,
as
okay.
well.
All right. I thought it was strictly budget, and then July 16th was the regular city council meeting. Thanks for the clarification.
July 4th parade is at 9:30. You heard all, I'm not going to go through the July 4th stuff. You already heard it. Happy Tales, Exotic Animals is going to be at the library July 9th at 10:30. The Global Rocket Launch World Record Breaking Event, Tuesday, July 16th from 2 to 3:30 at Veterans Memorial Park. That's the green outside of the library. Summer Reading Wrap-Up, July 20th. That's what Sandy was just talking about, why it's going to be bad parking over there, 10:30. Coffee with the Mayor and Council is still Saturday, July 20th from 9 to 11 right here now at the Council chambers. Fortnight dance event, that's the one that we're doing in conjunction with SMASH in the library is July 26th from 2 to 3 at the Conference Center. Grandparents' Day concert featuring Beethoven is going to be the Beethoven Concert Band, September the 8th. Soapbox Derby scheduled for October the 12th from 8 to 5. Halloween party October 26th at the Community Center from 9 to 2. We also have Arbor Day that day, the tree adoption, Trash to Treasure by the seniors, the pet costume test, the Library Fall Festival, and then our fall coffee with the mayor and council will be Saturday, October 19th from 9 to 11 at the Conference Center this time. Annual Christmas tree lighting has now been scheduled for December 2nd at 5:30. Breakfast with Santa has also been scheduled for December 7th at the Community Center, 8 in the morning to 10:30 in the morning. And we always are so thankful to the Friends of the Library for doing that for us. It's an awesome event, and they get such a good response. They're a neat group. So with that, concludes my report, and I'll stand for questions.
Okay. Are there any questions for the city manager on her report, either from the dais or from our members of our community in the chambers? Yes.
I don't have any
Counselor-
questions on the
Counselor
report,
Charles.
but I just have a comment. I want to thank you for trying to obtain the equipment from Dr. Edwards, so I'll be able to do my job like all the other counselors. And I don't know what the next step is, because I still don't have it.
I can give you, you asked me to reach out to him. He's out of town and will not be back until Wednesday night. But I have not heard back from him, but I did put an email into him, said I'll come by and pick it up, and I think he needs the book of ordinances as well.
He has everything, and we've been
Okay,
asking
so-
since May. And I know Counselor Jordan turned his over, and Counselor Bradshaw has access to his, but I know this is your
I'll try to stay on it.
fourth one, right?
Yeah.
Fourth meeting without.
Okay, thank you.
He'll be back tomorrow.
He'll be back on, is tomorrow Wednesday? It was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so I guess Wednesday night, so I'll follow back up on Thursday. But I've sent him an email at you and I had, did we talk or email? I can't remember, but.
I emailed you
Yeah.
asking it to
And
help.
I sent an email to him.
Well, thank you both.
Okay.
And then also, if you would just let them know, we're happy to send staff or the police or anybody over there to go grab everything if they can't come here.
Okay, all right, sounds good. All right, seeing no one else, then we'll move to citizens to be heard. Is there anyone in the chambers that would like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. Mr. Rainey, you get to talk about the police department, your favorite new friend. No, you get to say something. Okay. Ron Rainey, and you live in Linkwood. Oh, Monty Robles, that's right. I knew that. Oh,
Yeah.
just too tired.
I don't know if it's a rumor or not, but I got word through the grapevine that people was unhappy with the police department. Now, I want you all to know that we got a great police department and fire department. And that's not just me talking, because I went through my neighborhood and took up a poll.
Oh, yeah.
And if I have to, I'll go get signatures if you guys try to mess with him. So, I mean, you got to keep what you got. Because when I first moved in here, the police department had a bad reputation, and it was known as a speed trap. And I couldn't even talk to those cops that was here half the time. I thought they were going to bite my head off when I spoke to them, and I'm retired out of the sheriff's department. So I was just trying to be neighborly and couldn't do it. But anyway, the EMS, those guys were responsible for saving my life. I fell downstairs, broke a hip. Their fast response, according to my doctor and nurses, I would have died if they hadn't got me there when they did. And I don't know, I got so much in me. I'm going to write a letter to you guys.
Great.
And put all this stuff down.
Wonderful.
And this here, this Officer Azar kept me from starting a fight.
Right there.
Because I called them up and they came over to my property. And there were some guys from Sprint Phone Company over there, and they was out there when they shouldn't have been.
With that tower.
I don't know
on
how
your
much damage I
property.
could have done, but I still had a broke hip and a cane. But I threatened to bend the cane over the dude's head. Anyway, she was real professional, got it cooled down, and she got me cooled down and made me quit cussing. All she had to do is she said, "Do you have to cuss a lot?" I said, "Well, yeah, sometimes," something like that. Anyway, I just want to know you all got a good professional police department. Let's keep it. And keep the cameras, even though I got a ticket
Okay.
I still want to keep them.
All righty.
I paid my $75 and didn't gripe about it.
There you go. Changed your behavior.
Changed a little bit.
Okay.
Another thing up there,
That's the idea.
you guys, we all elect you to represent us, not each other. Be professional and respectful to each other.
You bet.
Respect the position. It's like Harry Truman said, you might hate me, but respect my office. And that's what you all should do with each other. Argue out and behind the walls, not in front of us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rainey. Appreciate it. All right. Ms. Joseph and then Mr. Blackmore.
Lynn Joseph, Leon Valley. I would like some clarification for myself and for citizens. I would like to know if the accusations are as followed are true. Mrs. Rodriguez, Councilman Rodriguez, and these are in quotes, Councilman Rodriguez caught Mr. Martinez several times undressing her with his eyes from across the room. However, Martinez would only try and touch her when he felt that he could control the scene. This is another quote, he would thrust his crotch forward, causing his penis to rub against her posterior, and she did not believe that she could move, as everyone was trying to hold still for a photo.
Mayor, isn't this appropriate for the 312 hearing?
No, I want citizens to hear this now.
Well, the
because
312
I don't
hearing
believe-
is an open hearing. I'm just wondering.
Well, but citizens' comments, as Ms. Frederick just told me, are not allowed.
Oh, at the 312
At the
hearing.
312 hearings, so that's why.
So all this will come out at the 312 hearing.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
I don't know.
unless you're a
This
witness
has
or
not
something,
been-
I don't know how it's going to work,
None
but
of
we'll
this
try
has
our
been
best.
exposed.
I just wanted to clarify for you, Ms. Joseph. You can make your statement and read whatever you have as citizens to be heard, but the councilwoman or no one else on the council has to answer you or
I'm not
anything
expecting
like
an
that.
answer. These
Oh,
are
I
just
thought that you
quotes that
said,
I have.
can you verify that these
Right.
quotes are true? Clarify.
This is just for citizens.
Okay.
While Councilman Rodriguez states that she is not afraid of him physically, she believes that he can be unpredictable, and as a result, she would simply give him the bitch face, hoping he would take the hint. And I've read the part about, I believe she's overstepping her bounds as for the ethic procedures. These are just quotes that were given in her first interview with Mr. Ryan, and I would like to know if these are true and accurate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blackmore.
That's enough said about that. I want to ask about this charging stations.
Charging stations, okay.
Has that been voted on?
Here we go.
Or are we just considering it?
No, it hasn't been voted on yet.
We have actually, Council, Mr. Blackmore, we've actually applied for a grant to try to get charging stations over, one by the library and one by Raymond Rimkus Park. And then I've also been in contact with the owner of the strip center where the Hobby Lobby and the Starbucks is, and he would like to put one in there. And so we're trying to see if he can qualify for any funds and then possibly bring part of that back to the EDCD and see if we can't share in some of the cost on that one.
Is any of my tax dollars going to be used for this?
Right now, we have grants. No, well, I don't know if I don't know if the ACOG grants they may come from federal tax dollars, but not your city tax dollars, no.
Have we taken a survey of how many electric cars we have in Leon Valley? You got to have some high dollars to buy one of those cars. And when those batteries go out, they only last 3 or 4 years, and it costs as much for
That's a
a
good
new
idea.
battery as it does for one of those electric cars. Now, I'm probably one of the few people or have thought about it. I like technology, but I sure as hell wouldn't go out and buy one of those things. It's not feasible right now, but thank you for
Ms.
answering my question.
Alcacer, do you have a comment? Go ahead and
And it
give
might be a
that.
good thing to have as a question on a coffee.
All right, I'll do that.
Oh,
I'll
and,
bring it up.
and Mr. Blackmore, we have an electric car, not those expensive ones, the cheapy ones, you know, the Volt, which is very small, but anyway, but you get federal money back, or at least when we bought our car, we got a state grant back and we got a federal grant back of $10,000 total.
Well, them charging their cars up.
I mean, I just charge it with the regular plug in our house, but,
Does
you
it
know.
increase your electricity?
Not really. You know, it's
I've
about
only
the
seen-
same.
The ones I've
It's about
seen
the
over
same. Yeah.
in Wonderland, I've only seen one car over there, and they've been over there for years. And
But I think they're trying to look long-term, you know, that there'll be more, the price will come down and there'll be more cars, more electric cars in the future.
probably in
So-
20 years after I'm dead. But thank you.
I don't know, but, okay. Mr. Rodriguez?
One last remark. On a question of right or wrong, why don't we decide what is right and what is wrong without all this? This is now a legal matter. It's not things that we can decide. I think it's already a legal matter. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, yes. I think we've made you a regular city council
I'm going to be a regular. I promise
person
you.
to come to our meetings
Okay,
now,
mine,
Fernando.
and this is not, has nothing to do with what we've been discussing. Or what
certainly.
y'all been discussing. Two things. Is the animal ordinance going to address wildlife as in deer and those kinds of things? No?
The current survey that went out does not address wildlife. The council's trying to take it one bite at a time. So this survey addresses dogs, cats.
And chickens.
And chickens.
Well, okay.
And roosters, yeah.
Because my beautification award-winning lawn is going to disappear shortly because we have so many deer in the Linkwood subdivision. And I know people will say, well, they were here first. Well, I understand that. But the Indians were here first, and guess what? They don't know anymore. So that analogy goes out the window. I'm sorry. But as in all these other people that beautify the lawns, I take pride in what I do, and my wife helps me. But I walk out every evening, and those damn deer are eating. They don't eat the good plants. They eat they eat the good plants. They don't eat the ugly plants. I mean, all the beautiful plants, the flowers and stuff, they're gone. The final. So.
Your photo we had up here, because that's what you're going to have to look
Well, yeah, and the problem is if I look at that photo, I'm going to cry. Okay, that's one issue. So I wanted to clarify that. But the other thing is, and I know I brought this up before with some of your staff members, in terms of speed bumps, and I understand those things they're a detriment to the fire department, and I understand that. But in the Linkwood subdivision, we're a thoroughfare for the traffic from Bandera Road to Ecker Road both ways. And they go down Linkwood, the main road from where the Valero is, all the way to Linkway, and then they speed down Linkway. Is there a possibility of maybe putting some signs that say no through traffic at the entrances to the subdivision? I mean, if that's a possibility, I'd like to see that.
Okay. I thought you were going to ask if there was a process for speed humps, which there is.
I can't quote it verbatim, but I think.
But I can send you the ordinance. I
No,
sent
it's like
so
about
many. I
80%
sent a
of the
lot of
people
people
on the
ask about speed humps
It's like
this
about
last
80%, you have to get
spring.
80% of the people on the street to
90%. 90%.
Well, see, and I'm not going to
Yeah.
do it every single transaction.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
if somebody cusses me out, then we're going to have a fight, and then chief is going to have to send somebody.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
Anyway, okay.
So
all
I'll
right.
just ask Ms. Kinsler to please note it, and she'll
please.
look into it, and we'll follow back up with
Thank
you.
you.
It's been noted, and I'm going to see if I can get you in contact with Mr. Dimmeline here in the back, and we can address it right now.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Hody.
He's right there. Go back out, Dave.
Matthew Hody, Elverde Road. So I haven't been up here in a while. It's about time I came back up and said a few things. First of all, wherever Mr. Covarrubias went, I will trade you one feral hog for all the deer you have.
That's a good one.
Come look at my house. I won the award last year. My wife and I won the award last year. Come look at it. Come check it out.
Did the feral hogs dig it up?
Come see one.
They left us alone.
Yeah, okay. Well,
I'm so sorry.
It's pretty bad, and I'm not coming up here to complain to y'all about it. There's very limited things that can be done. I called animal control, asked about a trap, and I ended up borrowing one from a friend, and so we'll see how it turns out. Anyway, I want to see more of the citizens to be heard like Mr. Rainey. That was great. That's what we need to be doing here in Leon Valley. I know that there are opposing opinions up here. That's just as clear as day. And so I'm just here to ask y'all to do the best that you can. I think you said you will represent me, so that's what I'm asking for, is try to do the best that you can to cut out the back and forth. Benny, you and I have had conversations before. We've always been, I consider us friendly to each other. I recommended your business. So it's not against any one person. I'm not on one side or the other. I just really, really like to see, can't we just all get along? And I know that's easier said than done. There's a process, and I understand that. Let's just work towards getting that done. For the love of God, get it over with. And then I just heard from Ms. Charles about the David Edwards still having equipment. I don't understand that. That doesn't sound right to me. So I supported Dr. Edwards in the past as well, walked the street for him. And so I'm disappointed to hear this. And I would say this to any one of you, and I've spoken with almost all of you, except for the new guy, at least in person, but I'm sure I will before it's over with, not counting today. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Hody. Appreciate those words.
You may want to talk to Ruben Saucedo back there. He's having the same issue you're having, and I think they may have some ideas.
Okay. I think all of us on the council I think it was Sunday, got an email from Mr. Hakala on Althea, and so I answered his email. It's very long, and he said he could not be. I asked him to please come today to Citizens Be Heard, and he cannot be here. So he asked me to please read it, and then possibly, I said, we can't discuss it. We usually just put it on for a council agenda item. But if you'll bear with me, I told him that I would read his concern, and he emailed all of the mayor and all of the council last Sunday night. I live in the city of Leon Valley with my wife and 2 small children. We are surrounded by and are in an integral part of the larger city of San Antonio. Our yard and my neighbors are continuous with the Greenway Creek where Bandera Road and Callahan Road intersect. This greenway extends deep into the city of San Antonio along Callahan Road. I have over 20 trees on my 1-acre lot. This contributes city green space for birds and wildlife and adds value to our neighborhood and our larger community. We have hummingbirds that nest in the oaks and a hawk that terrorizes the squirrels. There are woodpeckers and blue jays and too many other birds to mention. We have a family of red foxes that have returned for several years. Our yard is like a park, and this has kept 4 generations of my family in Leon Valley. I thought that was a beautiful description, by the way. The acknowledgement of this resource and its management are expressed in our Leon Valley City Code, Section 13.02.002, Purpose and Effect. It is the policy of the city to preserve existing trees and habitat to the greatest extent possible and to add to the tree population of the city while allowing reasonable development of land. The terms and provisions of this article are intended to accomplish the following public purposes. Number 1, establish rules and regulations governing the protection and preservation of native and established trees within the city and achieve the maximum preservation of trees. Number 2, preserve trees as an important public resource that enhances the quality of life, protects habitat, and general welfare of the city, its unique character, and its physical, historical, and aesthetic environment. Number 3, protect healthy trees and provide for the replacement and/or replanting of trees that are necessarily removed during construction, development, or redevelopment. Furthermore, residents are responsible for taking care of their trees. Section 13.02.073, tree pruning, roots damaging sidewalks or curb. Each owner of any tree or shrub overhanging any city or right-of-way within the city shall, in accordance with the tree pruning restrictions, be responsible for the pruning of branches. Our lot has over 3 50-foot tall oak trees that were planted from acorns gathered from the great oak trees found in Cuero, Texas by my grandmother 65 years ago. The oldest live oak trees are likely over 100 years old and are growing sideways out of the side of a steep hill on the lot. We have a 50-foot pecan and a with a trunk so wide that a grown man can't reach his hands around the trunk. Mesquite, Arizona ash, varieties of hackberry, chinaberry, Chinese tallow, post oak, a cottonwood, and a black oak are also on the lot. I have had the CPS arborist on site twice in the past 5 years. Okay, why go on about the trees? They are the reason we are still here, so deep inside the city, when all of our friends and colleagues have moved so far north of the city. BCAD has recently raised the value of our house's lot by 2 times and the value of our extra lot by 5 times. As we now must pay for more property taxes, I need to ask now for more access to services from our shared municipalities. The City of San Antonio runs 2 fantastic brush sites, but Leon Valley residents are not allowed to participate. We are charged the same rate as commercial tree and yard companies. I have a 25-year-old pickup truck that I keep expressly for the management of our yard and moving the old couch now and then. It is filled with pecan tree sticks, other branches, once a month for disposal. Some months I must make multiple disposal trips. In the fall, we fill 50-gallon yard bags with fallen leaves, for disposal at the brush site. I'm not a commercial operation and I do not own a trailer. The relatively small size of my truck means that my multiple trips to the brush site are expensive. The City of San Antonio brush site pricing policies are costing me, a homeowner, more than a commercial tree trimming operation, and that doesn't seem right. This image is from the San Antonio brush site website, and I couldn't print it, but basically, a resident of San Antonio, you only pay 25 cents for 20 pounds or less, and over 20 pounds you pay .235 per 20 pounds. But a commercial is what he said he would be charged is $25 plus $25 for each additional ton. Leon Valley residents have historically not paid the environmental fee on our city public service utility bills, and that fee unlocks the residential rates at the brush recycling sites. The solid waste fee allows access to the bulky waste drop-off and hazardous waste disposal sites. In the past, I have tried to contact CPS to have the fees added to my account, but I was told that this was not possible because I live in Leon Valley. I called CPS today and tried once again, but again my request was denied. Just like the City of San Antonio, Leon Valley residents have biannual curbside brush and bulky waste pickup. Believe me when I say that I take advantage of this. However, I have brush and yard debris once a month. Leon Valley city policy doesn't make sense for many of the older, larger lots that are full of trees, and I strongly believe that these older, larger lots make Leon Valley the beautiful, attractive city that it is. I believe that all Bexar County residents should be paying the environmental and solid waste monthly fees on their CPS bills, but I'm sure there will be a few highly vocal opponents to any new fees. Why not work with the City of San Antonio, Waste Management, Tiger Sanitation, and CPS and allow those Leon Valley residents to opt in to paying the fee if they want to use the service? Alternately, a savvy Leon Valley Public Works campaign could package and brush the environmental benefits and convenience of gaining access to the bulky waste drop-off and brush recycling centers to our residents, and the fee can be added citywide. The model you develop can be used by the other incorporated cities in Bexar County to keep our environment clean, and he lists 19. As this is 2019, allowing all residents fair access to the brush recycling and bulky and hazardous waste drop-off locations seems like smart policy. I look forward to hearing your thoughts on this issue. Thanks for your time. Oh, and I was going to talk to Mr. Bradshaw, did respond to him as well. So I'm not quite sure. I want to, yeah, it's a long article, but I appreciate, Mr. Hakela, thank you. And I told you, as I said, that I would read this on your behalf. And I guess we'll put it on for discussion at the next council meeting on July 16th and see if maybe some options. I don't know. Or the 16th. Yeah. I had told him the 16th because I thought the 9th was just for budget. So he said he could make it on the 16th of July. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your courtesies in allowing me to read this letter on behalf of one of our residents in Leon Valley. All right. Moving then to announcements by the mayor and city council. If there's no other citizens to be heard, okay. Ms. Charles, do you have any announcements this evening?
I just have one that I've heard from several citizens about, they would just like the code enforcement and to take a kinder approach to them when they're, maybe give instructions of how to improve their property or to meet the code. They fully realize that there needs to be code enforcement, but they feel that maybe they have a Gestapo approach toward them, and they're just asking them to be kinder about it.
Thank you for that. Councilor Rodriguez?
Just want to tell everybody thanks for coming tonight, and thanks for letting me sit through the court of opinion. It's really helped develop me as a person and made me a lot stronger. Side note, and then thank you to everybody that participated in Flag Day. It was such an honor to be part of that and be asked to join in. Thank you.
And thank you for that participation. I was not able to be there. Councilor Alcacer, excuse me.
Yes, just a reminder to people that to distinguish between fact and opinion, when you're disputing a fact versus giving an opinion, try to keep your opinions from being accusatory toward people, and setting a fact straight versus giving your personal opinion of someone. It's not a way to be kind or considerate, and let's keep that in mind when we say things to and about people. Thank you. Thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez?
Let's see. I know the Leon Valley, it's a Northwest Area Chamber is meeting tomorrow, but I forget where. I won't be able to attend it. But I know they're meeting tomorrow, and they have a really good guest speaker.
Maybe Will knows.
You remember?
I meant Will. He doesn't.
He doesn't know.
Yeah. I know.
Well, if it comes back to you before we finish, you can jump in. Thank you. Mr. Bradshaw, Councilor Bradshaw.
Yeah, I just would like to thank everybody for coming out tonight. It was when I came out of executive session, I saw the whole chamber was full of people and even the overflow in the foyer, and I was like, wow, this is great. And then, those people watching online, about half the people are gone now. So maybe we need to give out awards every week.
Okay.
Thank you all
Very
for
good.
coming.
You bet. Yes, and again, we always appreciate the citizen participation at all of our meetings, and thank you for being here. Just a couple of things. Last night, we had our first Census 2020 meeting, and it's organized by our library director, Sandy Underwood, and Lisa Martin from the fire department. And we learned a lot. Ms. Charles is on that committee as well, and Rebecca Flores, who's the principal at Leon Valley Elementary, who is now the co-chair, and I believe, Sandy, you'll be the second co-chair. So we have a lot of work and communication and motivation to get everybody to fill out their census. And so right now we're getting organized till January, and then we have an educational phase and an awareness phase and a motivational phase. And this is where this committee comes in. And I believe April 1st is Census Day. So around March 23rd, all of us are going to get a little card in the mail, and that'll give you the options. And we'll educate on this, and we're going to brainstorm on how we can do that. But just to give you, you can do it online, by phone, or by the paper ballot. Yeah, by the paper. So anyway, but it's 10 questions. And again, the question about citizenship is still up in the air. I believe it's going to go in front of the Supreme Court. So they're hoping to get a decision on that. So that was a very good meeting, and thank you for organizing that. Congratulations to the Beautification Committee again for just valuing the beauty of our community and all the hard work to give those awards. I do appreciate that, and the judges as well, and Vicki Wallace, who's our staff liaison. I got another email last week about water aerobics, and so I think we left it where the new pool management company is going to look into it. So I know some of you really, it's near and dear to your heart to be able to go down to the Forest Oaks community pool and do water aerobics about 3 times a week. So we're looking into it. So to be continued. Maybe we'll have a decision soon. So I just wanted to let people know that. Okay. So with that said, then we will move to the consent agenda. Did you remember who the speaker is? I'm sorry?
Arcadiana?
Arcadiana is the name of the speaker?
No, that's the name of the restaurant.
Excuse me.
Acadiana Cafe.
Okay, Acadiana Cafe. Okay, and the speaker? You didn't have it. Okay.
Stephanie Scheller.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Glad that you were able to put that in then. Okay, consent agenda, item 7, 1, 2, or 3. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any of these items for discussion?
Mayor, I do have a question on 7.2. I know that while we've been going through protocols and ethics and all those rules and stuff, I didn't notice anywhere where we made, I guess, any decision or discussion on what about people that applied to these particular boards or ones that we selected, anybody that might have an open active case with the police department or an open active lawsuit or something. Can those people be excluded, or are we still recommending that they be placed on these boards?
I don't know.
I can answer that.
Okay.
Councilor, Mayor and Council, any kind of board or committee, when you're appointing, they have the same qualification standards as city council and elected officials. So if it comes to where we find out that there's been a felony committed or they've been convicted of a felony, then that would be cause for rejection or removal. But there's no investigatory process unless somebody comes forward and says something.
Okay. Thank you. Just curious.
Okay, so it's a felony. That's the standard. Correct. Yeah. Okay. All right. Very good. Okay.
So
Thank you.
I move that we approve items 7.1, 2, and 3 on the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Charles to approve consent agenda items 7.1, 2, and 3 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to agenda number 8, ordinance. These are our second reads, and we will have a vote on 8.1 and 8.2. And Ms. Pasale, if you'll please read 8.1.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, Utilities, Article 14.09, Stormwater Management Utility, Division 1, generally in Section 14.09.001, to add language and definitions, adding new sections 14.09.61 through 14.9.776, and Section 14.9.92 to comply with requirements of the United States Clean Water Act as amended by the Water Quality Act of 1987, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Mr. Demoline. How are you this evening?
Good, ma'am. How are
Okay,
you?
congratulations again on your
Thank
award.
you.
That's
We
wonderful.
couldn't have done it without the support from our mayor and council and city manager.
Yeah.
So we appreciate
And,
that.
and our bridge has not had to be closed. That's what I'm just so thrilled about. I mean, you have no idea. It solved the problem. And we got a grant. So that was great. Okay, are there any new or updated
Mayor, I have nothing to add.
to what was presented last time?
item.
Okay, all right. And if the council has reviewed it, do you have any additional questions, or what's the action of the council this evening?
I make a motion that we accept it as written
I'll
or
second.
presented.
All right.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilor Charles and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve ordinance 8.1 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Mr. Demoline. Moving then to ordinance number 8.2. Ms. Pasale, if you'll please read that.
An ordinance authorizing an amendment to the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, Traffic and Vehicles, adding Article 12.08, Shared Mobility Services, adding Section 12.8.001, Definitions, Section 12.8.002, Prohibitions, Section 12.8.003, Impoundment, and Section 12.8.004, Violations, setting a penalty for violations, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Chief?
Mayor, Council,
Yes,
thank you.
you had some.
Quite a bit of
Yes,
changes.
you had some
I'm going to
changes.
skip over the first parts of them.
Okay.
In the background, that's all, stayed the same. Where we, based on what direction you guys gave me the last time, we went and looked at New Braunfels and see how they worded theirs.
All right.
And they changed the name so it wasn't scooters, which was part of the concern of some of the citizens at the last coffee, and focused on shared mobility services. We've talked to the attorneys, and they believe that their attorney as well gave us some information that they were good. They've had no issues, no court challenges up to now. And so we decided to go with a new name for this, Shared Mobility Services, but we also talk about the state definition for motor-assisted scooters. All those things have stayed the same, and all of this remain the same here. Until this, the definition for shared mobility services, any service that displays, offers, or places for rent on a public way, public property, or private property without the owner's permission, one or more motor-assisted scooters, electric bikes, bicycles, or other similar personal transportation device equipped with a global positioning system, GPS, that may be locked and unlocked with or without a docking station. That's the term that they use for shared mobility services. And this is the actual ordinance. They're part of the ordinance. A prohibition on shared mobility service that provides the use of motor-assisted scooters, electric bikes, and bicycles equipped with global positioning systems on any public street, sidewalk, city-owned park, the nature area, hike and bike trail, or any other public right-of-way within the city limits. Obviously, I put the hike and bike trail in there. It wasn't in theirs. And including this prohibition is the operation of any personal transportation device listed in this ordinance that was acquired through a shared mobility service upon public sidewalks and public right-of-ways within the city limits. So basically, shared mobility services, per the direction that we got at the last meeting, are to be banned in Leon Valley entirely for shared mobility services. Only thing that they didn't have was, and they, after I discussed it with them, they said they would have liked to have included this, and that was leaving the part about impounding of shared mobility services. So if we find them, we can remove them immediately based on the ordinance. So we took the best of theirs and the best of ours, and we've just changed the name. It's basically, if it's found unattended in the city, it may be impounded. There's a fee, $25 storage fee, and $5 per day after that would be the actual fine if they were to come get them. And so right now, we have about, I think it's 8 left, last I looked. They have come and got 4.
Oh, they have?
They
Okay,
have. They've
good.
sent us a check for $25. We didn't have the $5 a day and all that in there, so we can't charge them now. But any future ones we would if you vote on this. So we've collected $100 for babysitting their scooters for the last 4 months. Violation would be a fine of misdemeanor not to exceed $500, and it will be each one of those scooters, or each time they get caught riding them, would still be a violation period. Each individual one. Just as a reminder, at the Coffee with the Mayor, I know we took the streets out, but just so we can remind everybody the will of our citizens, we're pretty much get them out of Leon Valley almost everywhere. And the only concern was in the neighborhoods, but we've addressed that by saying it's got to be a GPS system. And so regular scooters and regular mini bikes and those types of things are not included in this. So I stand for any
thank
questions you might have.
All right, let me open it. Yes, Councilor Alcacer.
Chief, does that mean we have to add signs?
No, ma'am. We
don't
don't.
have to even add on the outskirts of the city?
No, ma'am. What we will do is we'll contact the companies and we'll let them know so that, because they have a way of geofencing, that's what it's called, so that as soon as it tries to come in, it shuts it down.
Okay, that's
So
great.
we'll let them know so that hopefully nobody comes in that doesn't know. But if we find them in here, they'll be picked up.
That's great, good.
All right.
Just
Yes.
just one comment. I
Counselor
believe device
Bradshaw.
was, sorry, I believe device was misspelled under the.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I think it was misspelled in their original one, though. I
Probably came from Canada or somewhere.
New Braunfels. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
But no, I'll
comments?
take it. But it's spelled right there.
All right. All right. Very good. All right. So thank you so much for that work and improving the ordinance as per the council input from the last council meeting. So this is, we are able to vote on this. This is our second read. And what is the pleasure of the council?
I move that we approve 8.2 as amended.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve ordinance 8.2 as amended and presented. All those in favor, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Appreciate that, Chief. Moving then to the regular agenda continued, agenda 9.1. Ms. Posley, if you'll please read that agenda item.
An ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment and amending the general fund of the City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget for fiscal year of 2018-2019 in the amount of $12,955 for the purpose of purchasing new library software for security and time management, providing for repeal or severability and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
All right, thank you. And this is our first read, and we have Library Director Sandy Underwood here this evening to present. Good evening, Sandy, and welcome.
Council. Have to see here. Okay. The library applied for 2 grants and received them. So we're coming to ask if those funds that have been deposited in the general fund will be moved to the library. So the background, we applied for 2 grants. The first, a 2019 Talker Foundation grant. They awarded it in the amount of $10,455, and they also awarded us 2 brand new public computers, which Talker purchased and drop shipped to the library. About the same time, we also applied for a 2019 Texas Book Festival grant in the amount of $2,500 that, again, we were awarded, and that's going toward large type fiction. So the background on that, the Talker grant, what we applied for was to update some of our, well, it's our public computers. The security that keeps the patrons safe and erases all of their, anything they do, if they're doing their taxes or whatnot on the computers. It will reset all the computers back to a standardized set point. Also a new time management software called Request by iTeam. The one we're currently using, we're having a lot of glitches with, and it's causing problems with the security. So we need to get good products on both, and it's then the labor to remove all the old software, install the new, and the testing. And then the grant from Dell, or Talker also, covered 2 Dell computers. The Texas Book Festival grant was simple, $2,500 for large print book collection, and that's approximately 150 books that were able to be purchased. See Leon Valley, the computer upgrades as well as the books add to the general quality of life for citizens, the economic development impact, keeping updated in technology and with a well-rounded collection helps attracting residents and businesses, and environmental stewardship. Hopefully with all these upgrades and new things, we'll keep people at our library and not traveling to San Antonio. The fiscal impact is just the movement of the funds from the general balance to the library general fund. The funds have already been received and have been deposited, and these are, just for your info, they are not matching. They're both from private foundations, so there's no matching required. Strategic goals, citizen involvement, providing these services and optimizing technology available will be achieving that, and also improving what is available to the public at the library. And so we recommend that the funds be authorized to be moved from general fund in the amount of $12,955, which is the deposit, to the library general fund for the actual things.
First of all, congratulations. I mean, you're always on the cutting edge of finding new grants and improving the library, and I love our library. I'm so proud of it, and you and your staff just do an awesome job. Second of all, my question, my thing is, I'm going through this. I said, what's the question? I mean, I wish we could just put it on consent and approve it tonight, but we can't because we have to do the 2 reads. But it's just really an accounting error. I mean, an accounting move. That's all it is. But thank you for your leadership at the library. Really appreciate it. Any questions for Ms. Underwood on this agenda? And again, congratulations, Teresa. Thank you as well, and all your staff. All right, so next meeting we'll have the second read on that. Agenda item number 9.2, Discussion and possible action to provide direction to staff on upgrading, installing, and configuring a video conferencing system for the city council chambers to include any upgrades necessary to our system to improve the quality of our meetings. And Crystal?
Hi.
How are you?
Good evening,
I was
Mayor and
wondering
Council.
about this one, and it was proposed for the agenda, so you read my mind.
Great. Well, I'm glad I
Mhm.
read your mind. So
Yes.
most of y'all are aware, I've done this presentation several times.
Mhm.
So I'm kind of going to skip through the background just a little bit. But essentially, at the November 6, 2018 City Council meeting, the council decided to do the upgrades to the conference center first, and asked me to bring back the upgrades in January. The council decided at that point they made a consensus to allow me to go out for RFP. We only received 2 RFPs, and we extended the deadline, and we only kept the 2 RFPs that we got. They were over the amount that we were originally quoted for the building. And so the original request came in from Councilor Martinez and then Councilor Dr. Edwards. And so it encompassed the video conferencing as well as the microphone switches and the camera upgrade and display screens. And so that was the original request, and that's what we went out for the RFP for. And then, so the scope of the work essentially is to relocate the camera, this camera back here, to the camera on the back wall in order for us to capture the person that's sitting at the dais, a switch in order for me to control individual mic audio. And you heard a little bit of the feedback tonight because everybody's voice amplification is different. And to have video conferencing capabilities, not only in this room, but in the side room if y'all were to have an executive session. And so in the, this was actually taken from the RFP, and so I was looking at 2 52-inch screens initially, and then we upped it to 3 because we had to, so it was an addendum to the RFP. We have to have one on this wall in order for the audience to see, one on the back wall in order for the council to see, and then an additional one in the large conference center if we were to hold an executive session. So the original quotes, one was 45, one was 49, and they were just quotes. We had companies come out because I didn't know what we were looking at as far as price. They were really close to the $50,000 mark, so I thought we should go out for RFPs. The RFPs came in, one at 63, one at 83, so they came out higher than our actual quotes. So the fiscal impact on this project, it would be, or my recommendation to you, and you'll see it on a future slide, would be to reject both the RFPs if you council chooses to go for this upgrade. And so the upgrade by itself is about $25,000, and the video conferencing is about $20,000. Again, these are estimates, and those quotes have since expired because it's been 90 days since we received those quotes. So I kind of want to put that caveat in there a little bit. It is in line with our C statement, and the recommendation is council's discretion, what y'all want to do. I don't have a preference. I broke it down for you, is to either accept the bids or reject them. I mean, they are over, the RFPs are over the quoted amount, so I would recommend that you would reject the bids. You could do the full upgrade for roughly about $45,000. And so if this is something council so chooses to do, we can put it in next year's budget. We can go back to Vicki and say, add this to the budget because it's currently not in there. I can bring this back for a budget adjustment for council to do at, the first read at the next council meeting and then the second read following that, or to do portions of this project. You could do just the video conferencing itself for $20,000, just the microphone capabilities for roughly $11,000. We could just do the camera relocations, or we can leave it and not do anything at all. So again, it's completely up to y'all what y'all want to do. We did the conference center, and after much negotiation, we got that under the amount. And so if y'all want to do a budget adjustment for the 45, you certainly, I can bring that back to council, and we can try to negotiate a lower cost, and we may not spend that. Or y'all can do some version of this. Unfortunately, if you start mixing, matching pieces, the reprogramming of our system, that's where it gets kind of expensive. And so if you're going to do one piece, that's why I didn't give y'all, combination of them, because once you get into our system, then you might as well do everything you want to do at that point.
So you're saying that number 2 is the best?
Well, I mean,
If you're
again,
gonna
it's
do
to y'all. I mean, it's
but
not.
you're saying you ought to do it as a whole.
If you're going to
Yes,
do it, I
that's what
would
I'm hearing
recommend that
say.
you would do it as a whole. But again, it's y'all's decision. You can decide not to do anything. You can do absolutely nothing in this building, and we can continue to operate the way that we're operating. I haven't personally heard any complaints on the video streaming or, when we don't use mics, we do get complaints that we can't hear y'all or, you don't turn on your audio. But as far as switching cameras and stuff, I haven't heard anything. Maybe y'all have heard something different. So that's also an option for y'all. So whatever y'all want to do. Video conferencing is separate. We've not done that in this room, so.
Okay, well, let me open it up for questions, because this is a,
Would-
yes,
Crystal,
Counselor Bradshaw, if you'll begin the
Is your
discussion.
recommendation to not do anything? Is that what, I thought
No,
you said?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's council's
I know
discretion.
it's up to
but
us, but-
yeah, but if you're going to do it, I would recommend that you spend the
All or-
45,000.
all or nothing,
Yeah, because
basically.
what ends up happening is y'all start piecemealing stuff, and then we get different companies to come in and do stuff, and then
And all work.
things get kind of mumbled. And so I prefer, handling IT. If one company comes in, does it all at once, we get trained all at once, the system's upgraded all at one time. But again, it is council's discretion. You can leave it exactly the way it is, and it'll keep status quo. Video conferencing is a component all on its own, so you can choose not to do the upgrade and just do the video conferencing in this room. So that's certainly an option for y'all, because it's completely 2 separate components. So you could tell me, to bring y'all back a budget adjustment for 20,000 or put 20,000 in next year's budget.
Okay.
Again.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I haven't heard any complaints about the audio quality, I know obviously some of it's louder than others, but I haven't heard any complaints, and I've watched several of the videos online, and it seems like the quality is pretty good to me. So my recommendation at this time is to not spend the money.
And I've watched them from home too. The only thing I would like to have is to be able to see what's on the screen.
So when you pull up our
Oh, you can't.
our live, our Excel or our live stream, you're able to see the PowerPoint next to the screen. So our PowerPoint is in line with the screen. So so right now, if you're on me, you see me live and the PowerPoint's right next door. Now, if you watch it, some people are like sharing from because you can mirror, right, what's on your phone now, and you can share it through your Apple devices, and you share it to your TV. It's not going to show the PowerPoint because you're sharing it on your screen. Now, I hope nobody's at home watching me on a large screen TV right now. So, but if you are HD all live, thanks. So that could pose an issue if you're sharing it from an Apple device. It's just doing the live stream. It's just doing this here. You're not able to see if you're on a computer screen or you're watching it from your phone. You see me presenting right now as well as my PowerPoint. So.
Okay, very good. Counselor Alcacer?
I agree with Mr. Bradshaw. I've had no problem watching it when either I wasn't here or catching up on it later. But, and interestingly enough, when we were walking the neighborhoods, one of the comments that was fairly often made was, don't spend my tax money, 40 or 50,000, on doing something more to the city that isn't necessary. So I don't believe it's necessary, and I think we're doing fine as we are. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I've watched all that. I've done that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? I was just wondering about the video conferencing, because I know sometimes an attorney or a counselor cannot make it. So would that be just,
That would be about 20,000. So the TVs aren't what cost, and I can use GoToMeeting, and that's not what's expensive. Typically, when we have it programmed we want it programmed all into the system. We don't want it pieced off. And so they would essentially tie it into our electronic system to be able to do that. I'm sure that there are, Mr. Martinez could probably comment to this, I'm sure that there are more cost-effective ways to get video conferencing in here. There are the laws and the legal ramifications for not following those laws. We have to be able to see the person on the screen. The audience needs to be able to hear and see their demeanor. The council needs to be able to hear and see the demeanor. The person on the other end needs to be able to hear and see the council's demeanor, not necessarily the audience's. And clearly, and then, so eventually, y'all might want to end up there, but that's only for one counselor at a time. That's not even getting into like split screens if you have multiple counselors trying to video conference in. So it can go, you can have all, 5 of y'all video conference in, and you probably need 2 or 3 screens. So if you're looking at projecting for the future, would that ever occur? Or are you looking at doing like a couple of counselors at a time, or just doing the bare minimum of 1 counselor? So there's different grades to that as well.
And can you just do video conferencing for like executive session? Like
Video
an attorney
conferencing
that can't be
guidelines-
here?
So
I'd like to see that
attorneys
attorney.
don't fall into those guidelines. I can
They
put
don't.
attorney on a phone or on a FaceTime. They do
Oh,
not
okay.
fall into the guidelines.
You don't need that. Okay.
But just the council, and especially if they're going to participate in the meeting.
Okay.
Those are the
All
that's
right.
the rules and guidelines.
It's, okay, so they're excluded from what you were just
Attorneys
saying.
are
Okay.
excluded.
Mr. Martinez.
Okay, for video conferencing, you need to have 2 screens. The audience has to be able to see whoever's on the remote side, and they have to be able to see us. The monitor was put right there in the ledge. Audience can see the person on the far end. If they mount a monitor back there, we can see it from council. That's all it needs, 2 screens. I agree. This camera needs to be over there. That camera, believe it or not, there's a camera in the ceiling. The idea at one time was to have this podium right there in the middle, and if somebody had a piece of paper, they could put it on there and they could view that on the screen. That was the stupidest idea in the world. But again, that's 5-year-old technology or 5-year-old thinking. With this camera over there, it'd be wonderful when we have a speaker to be able to see the speaker. If you watch any of our council meetings, all you can see right now is possibly Crystal's hair, the bun on her back. That's about all you're going to see. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to see the person? And like Crystal did mention, a lot of people, sure, you do, if you're watching it on live, you have the small picture here, and then you have the graphic on the side screen. Who watches that? If you hit the expand on your screen so you want to watch the full screen, you don't get the graphics. It'd be nice for her to be able to push a button, and whatever's shown on the screen is televised.
So I can clarify. So I can always show what's on the screen, and we don't have to see y'all or this room at all. The video currently right now, I can show, and you would just hear the voices, and you would see the PowerPoint presentation. There's no display for me to switch cameras, and so that's why the cost of the camera relocation and the display screen is so much. Is because I essentially need another display screen in order to switch camera views. We don't have that set up, so I just wanted to make sure that they understood that portion.
And with switching camera views, that camera right there is capable, if the mayor's talking, it should be able to zoom in and do a close-up shot of her.
Oh, God forbid. Really?
If one of
Don't
the other
need that.
counselors is talking, that camera can be driven just by pushing a button, a preset, and zoom in on whoever's speaking. And then if there's an active dialogue between, let's say, a council member and somebody at the podium, it can be switched back and forth so the audience can get the full flavor, the full, motion of the council meeting. But I agree with Crystal. This is something that we need to do it properly and not do it piecemeal. If it's going to be done, it needs to be done right. You know, look at the conference center. That whole project came out wonderful, and we have something to be very proud of. And we can have the same thing here. You know, a lot of people have said, and I've heard comments from other council members here, oh, it works fine, it's great. Leon Valley has been the leader in a lot of issues. Why not have a fantastic video system here that we can have the other suburban cities can be jealous of Leon Valley, and they'll upgrade their systems. You know, let's be the leader in this. Let's do it the right way.
Mm-hmm. You know, I was just thinking that we upgraded the conference center, but that was at the coffee. Do you remember that? Our clickers weren't working, and so the citizens,
yeah, we
the
wanted to get
the
it ready for
citizens saw at the October coffee of last year that we didn't have the technology that we needed to have for the town hall, and that kind of spurned it. And I think that kind of, you know, one followed the other. Whereas here, I don't think people make that connection, Mr. Martinez. You know that we needed to upgrade because they think it's working fine. So I don't know if we should ask that question at the next coffee or what, but anyway, just thought maybe, because people might say, just like you heard in the neighborhood and Mr. Bradshaw, you know, we don't need to do anything, so.
And if you start adding screens around, we're going to begin to look like Bubba's or someplace like that, where everybody's just going like this.
And I just had a follow-up question for you, Crystal.
I don't want video
Are there other suburban cities that have done the video conferencing that you know of?
Not that I'm aware
Okay.
of. Not to the extent, I mean, when I found the guidelines and found that we were not in compliance
right.
with the guidelines, there's not a whole lot of suburban cities that video conference in. Now, I know Seguin has done some upgrades in their like conference area, and they've got a really nice setup, but it's kind of like our conference center. And you're able to video conference in that conference center, but I don't think that they've done that in their council chambers.
Okay. And how about the city of San Antonio? Do they have that capability
I don't know.
at their council meeting?
I would have to.
They're run by the cable company. They shoot live, so they already have the cable company, whoever it is now, Time Warner or Spectrum, that does the video for. I mean, that
But
does
I mean, can they
the
bring in
cameras.
somebody on camera that's out off-site
Yes,
to come in?
because they have the
Because
cameras.
they have the camera. Okay.
And they can
I
do
don't
that
know
with
how
the
it works,
counselor as
so
well,
I'm
right?
very ignorant on that. So, okay.
I just
How
need
about-
to, I'm sorry.
I just was going to see if there was any comments from Ms. Charles or Ms. Rodriguez. Okay. All
I
right.
guess we feel right now that there's not any need to do anything, and like Mr. Martinez said, Councilor Martinez, that if we're going to do it right, so let's don't spend the budget at this time, I would say.
Okay.
This is my 5th time. I don't want to come back.
No, please don't.
If you can make it perfect and free, we'll vote for it.
Oh, hey.
Yeah,
No
the only.
need- No need to come back.
Okay. All right. So we wouldn't want to ask this at the coffee, just to
Whatever
see
y'all
if
wanna
people
do,
wanted to.
I-
Okay, that's fine.
Whatever.
I mean,
I really don't. I mean, I don't. I mean, it sounds awful, but I really don't care
That's
what
fine.
the council wants to do.
I
But if
think
y'all
the
want to ask it at the
consensus is to
coffee,
leave it like it is. I think there's more people that say leave it as it is, so we'll just do that.
And then if you come back, you can just say ditto.
all right.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. Agenda item number 3, discussion and possible action on Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Article 8.08, junk vehicles to make it match with Texas Transportation Code. And again, Mr. Martinez and Mr. Bradshaw.
Okay, so the chief actually put some slides together for this.
Oh, okay.
But I just stepped out. But I put some in together too, so.
So I have Joe's presentation and then I have yours. So would
Right.
you like to go first and lead your discussion?
Sure, but I might have to go over it again if he comes back. Is there, do you guys want to go to the next item and then come back to this?
Sure.
Isn't the four?
involved in that one too?
Oh, yes, that's right.
We could do the last one.
Try to go back to his presentation.
Well, did you want to go first to lead the discussion?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, pointer.
Clicker, pointer.
Clicker and a pointer.
Green.
So this is a kind of a continuation of the discussion of junked vehicles that we talked about a couple weeks ago. I looked at the definition, the Texas Transportation Code versus Leon Valley's code, and I looked at other city ordinances, Austin, San Antonio, Fort Worth, and Dallas. And a lot of them defined inoperable vehicles because that was something that came up also in our discussion. So I kind of pointed out those, and I talked about the TML assistant's general counsel opinion. So one of the main differences here, oh, why did I have that? Hold on a second, I don't know why it's, okay, there it goes. I didn't realize these were linked like that. The Texas Transportation Code, section 683.071, definition, in this subchapter, the parts in yellow, I kind of color-coded it so it's easier to read it. The subchapter junked vehicle means a vehicle that is self-propelled and is wrecked, dismantled, partially dismantled, or discarded, or inoperable for 72 hours if on public property or 30 days on private property. And then the applicability part in green, it says for the purposes of the subchapter junked vehicle includes a motor vehicle, aircraft, or watercraft. This subchapter applies only to a motor vehicle that displays an expired license plate or does not display a license plate. So the difference, get through this, I don't know why it's sorry. So here's Leon Valley's Code of Ordinances, and hopefully it's easier to read on your screens up there.
I was way shorter than you are.
I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention to that. Is that better? Okay. Junked vehicle is a vehicle that is self-propelled and is wrecked, dismantled, partially dismantled, or discarded. That's the same as the Texas Code. Or a vehicle that displays an expired license plate or does not display a license plate, or a motor vehicle that is inoperable and is made inoperable for more than 24 hours. So another difference, 24 hours if on public property and 20 calendar days. But this part right here in yellow, that's the main difference because that is not in, again, sorry, I apologize for that. It's not in the definition of the Texas Transportation Code. That part where it says a motor vehicle that has displayed an expired license plate is under the applicability. And if you go to the next slide, it is down here, motor vehicle that displays an expired license plate. So we have it up here, and then we have it again up under applicability. We have it down here again, and then we also have wrecked, dismantled, partially dismantled again, which I don't know why that's written there and there twice. So I compared it to other cities just to see if they wrote it the same way as Leon Valley or differently. Austin Code of Ordinances, they define inoperable vehicle because there was some discussion that inoperable means expired registration. And they very clearly say inoperable motor vehicle means a motor vehicle that because of mechanical failure, breakdown, or disrepair cannot be started, driven, operated, steered, or stopped under its own power. And then for junked vehicle, they just say it has the meaning prescribed in 683.071. So they just refer back to the state code. And then this is from austintexas.gov on their vehicle abatement site. It even tells you the criteria for vehicles being tagged on the street is as follows: the vehicle is visibly inoperable. They say flat tires, severely wrecked, dismantled, etc. And then down here, junk nuisance vehicles on private property must be visibly inoperable and have expired registration or inspection stickers. And then San Antonio Code of Ordinances, they also define inoperable vehicle in such a condition at the time of inspection that is no longer usable for the purpose for that it was manufactured, regardless of the potential for repair or restoration. If the vehicle is wrecked, dismantled, or partially dismantled, it is presumed to be inoperable. And then they say junk vehicle definition, self-propelled, manufactured, and inoperable for a continuous period of more than 10 days. So theirs is even more strict. Fort Worth defines junk vehicles. It's pretty long, but basically talks about vandalism, fire hazards, attractive nuisance, creating health hazard. And then again, they say this declaration is made pursuant to Texas Transportation Code 683. So they just refer back to Transportation Code. And then on their website, they have, actually they have a picture of the junk vehicle. Junk vehicle is considered a junk vehicle if it does not have a current license plate or a valid motor vehicle registration inspection sticker, and is not capable of passing a state motor vehicle inspection. Dallas, they again defined inoperative, and inoperable means incapable of being propelled in its own power, and junk vehicle means any motor vehicle is defined in section 501 of Vernon's Civil Code. It says inoperative and does not have lawfully affixed to it expired registration. And then this question came up between our city attorney reached out to TML for their opinion on this with myself on the email, and their opinion came back, said, Ms. Frederick asked that I respond to your question. In order for a vehicle to be a junk vehicle under Texas Transportation Code, Chapter 683, it must be both legally expired or no plate and mechanically wrecked, dismantled, etc., inoperable. So I guess that's the end of my presentation, but my suggestion is that we change this Leon Valley Code to match with the Texas State Code by removing this part underneath the definition, a motor vehicle that displays expired license plate or does not display license plate, because it's already down here under the applicability.
Councilor Bradshaw, I just have a question.
Yes.
Wouldn't just you all deciding what a definition of junk, just give us a definition of junked vehicle to add to our, wouldn't that be easy?
Well, that's what this is. This is the definition of a junked vehicle, right? Junked vehicle, a vehicle that is, and so that's what I'm saying is wrecked, dismantled, partially dismantled, or discarded, or a motor vehicle is inoperative. So our difference is that we have this part in here that
exactly.
And then I agree. I think we should define what inoperable means, like a lot of those other cities did in their ordinances.
And that's actually what I meant, is to define inoperable. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
yeah.
I said the wrong word.
That's okay.
A definition of inoperable, because I don't, the staff, you're the policymaker. The staff is just, in their minds, following the code of ordinances. Right. But I think we could fix this by you all giving us a definition of inoperable. Don't you?
Yeah, I agree.
It could be an easy fix. Do you agree with that, Chief Salvaggio?
That'd be one part of it, ma'am. I think that also, like the counselor pointed out, in our rules, we have up there in the definition, it includes the vehicles aren't registered. So it doesn't have to be all three. It can be any or of those things. And that's been in there for, I don't know how long. The only thing we've changed lately is the amount of time from the 20 calendar days. It was 30, and then giving them the opportunity for an extension if they come in and work with us. So it's been this way for a long time. We can make it more stringent, meaning that it can be or, and I think somewhere down the road somebody's done that in the past. So if we want to go back and do that, this is not the question that we were originally asked to look at. We were asked to look, can vehicle registration be pulled out altogether? And the answer is still no. Can we change it to where it's not as stringent? Absolutely, but it cannot be removed because it's in the state law. It's going to have to be in our law as well. But we can make it more stringent, and that's where somewhere along the ways somebody's done that, and that's what we've been enforcing is the ordinance as written up till now.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, you certainly may, Ms. Frederick.
So I just wanted to make it clear that our ordinance is not in violation of the state statute.
Right.
As a matter of fact, having a motor vehicle that displays an expired license plate as being inoperable is one of the definitions of junk vehicle. I believe makes it more strict.
Right.
Having it be is less strict. The state statute is less strict in that it includes mechanical and legal inoperability. But if we do it separately, we're actually being more strict with the citizens on what is a junk vehicle. So it's up to council, but what the main thing it comes down to is how the city of Leon Valley defines inoperable, because each city can define, as long as we don't violate state statute, you can define whatever word is in the state statute if it's not already defined in state statute, and it's not, as to whatever you want the definition to be as a city council. So that's all I have to say, Mayor.
Yeah, so.
Thank you. Yes, go
Sorry.
ahead, Councilor.
I agree that you know, by defining an inoperable, it could be seen as being more strict, so that you're dependent on how you define inoperable. But right now, the way it's written and the way it's being enforced is people are getting vehicles towed out of their driveways at, I mean, the citizen that brought it up was at 4 o'clock in the morning, only for having expired registration. And that's what I'm hearing when I was out talking to citizens. That's what they were complaining about is, you know, and I'm fine. If you have a junk vehicle, truly junk vehicle that's not running, that's a nuisance to the neighborhood and ugly and meets all the criteria, then by all means, we should take those, you know, take those away and take action on them. But just taking a vehicle away for having expired registration, I believe all, you know, I think all of us have been there at one point where we look and say, oh, it expired last month, I better go get that fixed. And it would be very, you know, scary to me to wake up and my vehicle's gone and I got to go to work, and that kind of thing shouldn't happen.
Just one other thing is what I think that's missing here is the fact that we provide notice before we remove the vehicle, and it has to be on the property inoperable for 20 calendar
20 days.
and then you get notice, and then you get an extension of 10 days. A lot of people either ignore the notices put on their car or scratch them off, and then they get towed. So it's not like you're tagged and then the next day or within 24 hours we come and pick up your vehicle. You're given all kinds of notice to take care of the inoperability.
Well, yes and no, not when it's on front of their house, though.
No,
It's one day, and then the next day it's gone, because that's what happened to somebody. They showed me on their phone.
Sure, on the one you're talking about with an expired 5 months registration expired, yes. They were given 24 hours, and they didn't, they chose to scrape it off.
Right.
And that was a bad choice.
Right.
And
I
got
agree
removed.
they're breaking the law, but just.
But I do want to say, sir, to even insinuate that we're going up there immediately for the month prior, that's not what the guys are doing. That's not at all what the guys are doing. You don't have any examples of that. And I'll tell you why you don't have any examples of that is because the guys aren't doing that. We're doing everything we can to make people comply by notifying. People get letters. You know, we don't go up in there for expired that month and just tow it from their yard. That's not what's happening. And any of y'all, all of y'all walk the streets campaigning, give me an address, because I can tell you that's not what's happening. And I'll tell you, I would be very disappointed if one of my guys did that, because that's not what we're doing. They're told to do. And so, you know, for that example, it's not factual. And I can only, I will point out, though, that if we're going to define inoperable, most of these things up here are unenforceable. I'm going to tell you that. Because as a police officer, unless it's just obvious, missing the tires or the engine and or it's missing all the parts, how are we going to know that there's a mechanical failure? How are we going to know that it's broke down or it can be started, driven, or operated? We don't know. That's the point. You know, that's why if it's all of those things, then they should go get a registration sticker, inspection sticker, registration sticker. That's the proof that it's not any of that. So that's going to be a problem if we try to define it that way.
Wasn't there one where the vehicle, it didn't move for a continuous amount of days?
Yeah, 20 days, and that's in our...
No, San Antonio, right here,
yeah,
10 days.
And the continuous part of it is a whole nother problem. Because people would move it from the street to the yard, and you didn't have 20 continuous days. Inoperable means a vehicle in such condition that time of inspection is no longer usable for the purpose which is manufactured. How does a police officer know that? The only way we know that is whether or not a registration has been obtained, and the only way you can get your registration is to get your inspection sticker. So the only way to know that it's junked or inoperable, one of those things, ways of knowing is that you have an inspection sticker and registration for that vehicle. So that's the only problem. I would love to have a more definitive definition of what makes it inoperable. So I don't know on this one, inoperable, dismantled. Yeah, I can tell if it's dismantled, if it's disrepair or some other cause to make it inoperable. I have no way of knowing whether that car operates or not, whether it's a 2-year-old car or a 20-year-old car. The only way I know that car is operable is they have an inspection sticker and registration for that vehicle. That's it. So if we are going to define it, and I'd love for us to define it, you got to keep that in mind, is you don't make it where basically nothing can get dealt with in the neighborhoods, because then I'm going to hear from them screaming at me, which I did when we first started, about all the junk vehicles in the neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Alcacer, she had asked first, and then Councilor Rodriguez.
Just, if you go back to the other Texas, this one, I don't really see the difference between ours and this. It just seems the same to me. It says about wreck dismantled, and it says has an expired license plate.
So under is, when it's defining what the junk vehicle means, it says wrecked, dismantled, partially dismantled, discarded, or inoperable, and has remained inoperable for that amount of time. That's the definition of junked vehicle. But what it applies to is, so basically what they're saying is it has to be wrecked, dismantled, inoperable, and have expired registration. That's the difference. Ours doesn't say that because ours has expired registration underneath the definition.
And ma'am, we've talked multiple times, and with all due respect, I don't interpret that the same way.
Either.
And I can tell you the agencies that I contacted, including San Antonio, they're not applying it that way. So, I mean, I respect what he's saying, and I just don't see it.
All right, Councilor Rodriguez.
Chief, I had a question. Well, if we were to change the provided definition of inoperable, isn't that going to create more problems for y'all? Because you don't know if a car works or not works. It could be just sitting there.
Yes, it's going to create a lot of problems for us. If we define it like any of the ones that are up here.
Right, thank you.
May I, Mr. Bradshaw was about ready to say something. If you just wait till I recognize, if y'all would just wait, raise your hand, I'll recognize you so we can have an orderly discussion. That would be better. And then Ms. Frederick, you can go after Mr. Bradshaw. Yes, go ahead.
So I know you say I don't have any examples of people's registration just being expired, but I do, and I have video of
being expired by 1 month.
I don't know exactly how long, but he had his vehicle out in front of his house. Officers came up and looked at his vehicle. The next day, after 24 hours, they were going to take his vehicle, but he had already had a sticker. He just didn't put it on. And then he got the notice, so he put the sticker on. And so his cameras went off when the officer came to check in the middle of the night, 4 o'clock in the morning. This is not the same one that got towed.
Well, I appreciate you letting me know my guys are out there doing their job.
So then the officer
up.
walked up into their driveway and checked his other vehicles in the driveway because he happened to have 3 vehicles that were exactly the same. And so they're checking to see which one had the expired registration. And the whole point of this, my bringing this up is, you know, our law is already stricter than the state of Texas by 72 hours and 30 days. We're only giving them 24 hours on public property and 20 days on their own private property. We're already more strict than the state of Texas. And then on top of that, to be towing people's vehicles out of their driveways only for having expired registration. And I know you say you talked to people in San Antonio. I talked to a San Antonio police supervisor the other day. And I told him, you know, are you guys towing vehicles for expired registration? He says, no, we give them a ticket. And I said, well, we're towing them in Leon Valley. And he said, that seems very harsh.
Oh, okay.
And there's no possible way they're giving them a ticket that doesn't exist. I'm telling you, for 32 years I've been doing it, it does not exist.
Can I ask you a question? San Antonio doesn't give tickets for expired?
For expired registration, you can't get a ticket for a vehicle that's parked for expired registration. It's not a violation of anything.
What if you're pulled over?
If you get pulled over, you get a ticket, absolutely.
Okay.
And your vehicle can be towed. But if it's parked, the only thing they can do is sticker it. And that's what they've been doing in my 32 or 29 years with them, we did. And I called over to verify. Has anything changed? San Antonio police officers don't enforce the code. So the code of compliance officer and the supervisor I talked to verified that they're still doing it the same way.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Mr. Martinez and then Ms. Alcacer.
I had a friend we were talking about this, and he mentioned to me his wife was driving in San Antonio. Their sticker was 5 months expired. She got stopped. She just got a ticket.
Sure.
You know, that's what should be happening here instead of I think it's, for lack of a better word, enhanced enforcement. And that's what's upsetting the people is the police going, it's on. She turned it down.
Oh, okay.
She turned it down.
Yeah, I turned it down because it was giving feedback.
What I guess is upsetting the residents of Leon Valley is hearing that the police are going into private property in the middle of the night and checking registrations. That shouldn't be. There's enough things for your police officers to be doing than walking up in private property and checking registrations. You know, if the car is, if they see them driving, give them a ticket for that. But, you know, why the enhanced enforcement?
Well, there's no such thing as enhanced enforcement. We're enforcing the law. That's it. And we've been enforcing the law for the last 3 years. I can't speak for any other administration. It's not enhanced enforcement. The guys are doing their job. And what we're talking about, when I pulled the numbers, it's anywhere from 4 to 8 that we actually give a violation notice to. We don't even tow that many on a regular basis. So we're talking about a very small number. The state law, in state law, says that we have a right to go into yards and do this thing. I get it. There's some people that don't agree with police officers going in their yards, period. But I didn't make that law. And so it does allow them to do that. And I'll tell you why I think it's important that they continue to do things like this at night. Because that shows you, one, they're in the neighborhood. Two, if they're in the neighborhood, they're stopping any kind of burglary that's going on, any kind of theft. They're stopping people in that neighborhood. So that's a good evidence for y'all to know that the guys are in the neighborhood and they're constantly out there at night in the neighborhood looking for anything that's going on. It's a good problem to have that the worst thing that we have going on at night is expired registrations. It could be a lot worse. We could be dealing with a lot more stuff. But when they're don't have anything to do, they go out and do this. It's not every night, but it's often because of the lack of crime in our area.
I guess it's just optics. It's just optics. People don't like it, and it makes Leon Valley look like we're an HOA. We're not, and people
That
don't
law's
like
been
it.
in place, sir, long before I got here, and long before any of y'all became counselors. And we're not an HOA. We're putting the laws into effect that y'all vote on, and that's all we can enforce is what y'all voted to change that in the past from 30 days. This council did. A couple of you weren't here yet, but to change it to 20 days. There was no outcry from the citizens to take away registration, even from yourself who voted that change in. So registration is just one of the things. I'll tell you, for every 5 people you have complaining, I guarantee you there's 100 people calling to make the complaints. So most of these, it's not just the guy going out in the middle of the night. We're receiving complaints daily about expired registration on vehicles. You got people that walk the neighborhoods and report those things, and we cannot ignore those complaints. You have people in this room that bring those complaints up on a regular basis. And I hope they'll get up and speak and say, I'm one of them. But I can tell you that if I get a complaint, we're going to investigate it. And we're going to investigate it to the full extent of the law.
Okay. Counselor Charles.
I'm just thinking that of our 10,500 citizens, probably the number who have complained about the towing or registration violations are minimal. I mean, they're happy that you're doing your job, so.
Yes, Counselor Bradshaw.
So, Chief, I got a question. When you pull somebody over, if you pull somebody over and they have expired registrations, are you impounding their vehicles?
If they don't have insurance on the vehicle get impounded.
Right, but what about if they're just, say they have insurance, but their registration expired?
I'm sorry, say again?
Just registration. If
Yeah,
the registration's expired.
we're going to give them a citation that's going to be a lot more than the warning. They're not getting a warning like
Right.
now. They're
They get a
getting 20
citation.
days to fix the problem.
Right.
They're going to get a citation that costs them a couple $100. And so it's actually worse. And that's what's being forgotten here and not being paid attention to is they are receiving notice. And if they'll work with us, we'll work with them as long. We've had people we worked with 5 or 6 months because somebody passed away. They were trying to go through probate, and we allowed them to say, you know what, we're going to work with you, but you got to work with us. Scraping the stuff off the window or ignoring it after 20 days and not contacting us is not working with us.
So, Crystal, can you go to the last slide real quick?
I can do it.
Right, sorry. Yeah, sorry, it has some weird things. It is that one, sorry. So do you disagree with this
Yeah, wholeheartedly.
statement from the TML attorney?
Wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly.
Okay. So I've been here for 1 month now. I've been on the council for 1 month. I've been accused of not being a team player, and I wholeheartedly disagree with that.
Okay.
The citizens of Leon Valley are my team.
Sure.
And they do not want this unnecessary enforcement where they're getting ticketed for having, or getting, not even ticketed. You wake up in the morning, your vehicle's gone, you can't go to work, it costs you $350 to get your vehicle out of the impound lot. And for what? For having an expired registration sticker. I think that's unjust and it's unfair, and we need to fix it.
Don't look at me to fix it.
Well,
Counsel.
I'm asking to fix it, but you're arguing against
No,
fixing it.
you asked me a question.
You're arguing about fixing it.
You asked me my opinion. My opinion is, and I give it to you. If you don't want my opinion, don't ask me. But
Okay,
you asked me my opinion, and I'm giving it to you.
Okay, so your position is you disagree with the state law. I get that.
No, it's not what I said.
That's
You're
what you said. You
putting
disagree with
words
the
in my
statement.
mouth.
You disagree
I
with the
disagree
statement.
with that attorney's assessment. I didn't say I disagree with state law.
Okay, so this is the Assistant General Counsel of TML that said it has to be both expired plates and mechanically inoperable.
Just for the record, Mayor, I disagree with her as well. It's not in state law that it has to be that. There's no case law that says it has to be both. I believe that she's going with the consensus, which she kind of told me, is that she's going with the consensus of what Austin, San Antonio, and all of them are doing. But that is not, she even told me that there's no definition for inoperable. So inoperable can mean a car with expired registration. She agreed with that. So it's just one attorney's opinion. My opinion is different than that. I gave my opinion to my client, which is the city of Leon Valley. I look out for the best interest of my client. TML, this is not, city of Leon Valley is not TML's client. It's my client.
Okay. I just had another question. How is this different from the state law? Is this different right here? The way it,
You're
or is it the
asking me
same?
that I don't see any
know. I'm
difference.
just, okay, because I thought she's saying it has to be both. Is that what the state law says too? It has to
It
be both?
doesn't say that.
It does say that. It says it means, and that's the definition of means, and then it says it applies only to. That's state law. That's why she's defining it like that.
Okay. All right.
It's very clear. And I would like to make a motion,
Okay.
Mayor, that we
You know,
remove.
excuse me just a second. I do have somebody in the back that
Oh,
wanted
sorry.
to speak first before we make a motion. Well, you know what? We could make the motion in a second and then have more discussion. I just thought about that. But you've been very patient in raising your hand. So, and if you'll state your name again and.
Johnny Garrett.
Yes, ma'am,
and I
Johnny.
agree.
It's an action item.
Okay.
It needs to be changed where it says "and," because if it's operable and just expired tickets, my daughter, and the reason I say that, my daughter had cancer. She didn't have insurance on her car. It was parked in the driveway. She didn't get it hauled off or anything, but there was a reason. She didn't want to get insurance on it because she wasn't driving it. They were using money for other things. The inspection sticker, the light, she didn't get the inspection sticker because she didn't have insurance and couldn't drive the car, but she wasn't driving it anyway. And finally, when she died, it went to her daughter. So there are reasons. If it's in your driveway and the tags, if you're not driving it, you might be out of town. You might be out of state for a while. It's on your property. We don't need all these ordinances. This is our community. We don't, and I love our police, I really do, and they really work and do their job. But we need less government. We don't need people telling us what we want or what we need. I want a garage sale. I can only have 2 a year, and if it rains, that's too bad. Is it the government's right to tell me if I can have a garage sale? That needs to be reviewed too. We've got a lot of laws going on. It's not what we want, it's what y'all vote on. We give you these duties to do. We do. The people do. our federal government, our state government. We pay y'all. We expect jobs to be done. And that needs to be changed where dismantled and not drivable and expired tickets, or not just expired plates or registration.
Okay. Thank you, Johnny. Do appreciate those. Maria, did you want to say something too?
Maria Gabo on Forest Meadow. You know, my street is very busy street, right? And I don't need to tell you, and I don't need to tell Chief, what's next door to my house, right? Junked cars. There's a big old, 2 or 3 trucks, I don't know, full of junk. And they're sitting there. And before that, I'll say maybe 5 years ago, I guess before you came, I don't know how long you've been here. But anyway, we did get people sitting out, sleeping in cars. We had all kinds of stuff going on. For a while there, we had all rental houses, so we had a lot of drugs going on. That's all being cleaned up because of these guys. Now, our car, and I don't know if you remember in the parade, we had the Volkswagen bus, okay? They tagged us, and we had a sticker, but it was just a warning because they said we were using it as storage. Well, we weren't, and we were driving it, and Chief knows we were driving it. But we chose, because we don't want to cause trouble in our neighborhood. We want to have a good neighborhood. We want to have, right now we have a really good neighborhood where everybody's, it's normal now, I guess. But I don't want the junk cars. I don't want the car that's tagged on there, and for days and days, they don't come and pick it up. I don't want that. I think, and I believe what's up there does say, if you can't drive it, they're going to pick it up. And I think they should, because it means if you don't have a sticker on there, it's not drivable. You can't drive it unless you want to get a ticket. So I think that you need to look at that. Because if you don't have a sticker on there, you don't have any right to drive it. I mean, it applies to everybody else, but you? Come on. I see that all the time. I see people that cut in front of me and stuff like that. How come they're so privileged? How come they can do that? It doesn't. All the rules that we have doesn't apply to that person. It applies to all of us. So, I mean, you need to look at it in a different way, not just, oh, well, because they picked up that guy. That guy was angry. And he didn't want his car picked up. His daughter made a mistake by taking that sticker off. And I've seen people take stickers off. So, no, once it says you don't have a sticker, it's not drivable as far as I'm concerned. And I don't want to see those junk cars in my neighborhood. I already have one neighbor that has, I don't know how many, about 5 of them. It's junky, and you've seen it,
I
Mayor.
see them every day.
I'm trying to keep
3
my
times a
yard
week.
clean. I'm trying to keep my house clean. But I even think they have rats, because I've seen rats come out of there. So is that a kind of neighborhood that we want? Just because I don't want my car picked up because I'm special. Nuh-uh. It doesn't count. The rules applies to everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Can't speak from there. So I will say, in her instance, if she would have come to us and said, my daughter, blah, 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 we would have worked with her. And that's written into our code that allows us to give them extensions. And we would have worked with her. We're not being ogres here. We're asking people to work with us and clean up their neighborhood. Ms. Gamboa's, this is one that I go up into that yard on a regular basis, because this guy, as soon as he can, he'll pull another vehicle in there without a proper registration. We've towed 3 from him already, and he will continue to bring those junk vehicles. And we hit him, force him to get them fixed, and this has happened 5, 10 times. I've gone to her. I go on a regular basis to check her neighbor. It's one of my many places that I check on a regular basis. In front of his house is another one for junk vehicles. So her neighbor we would have not towed any of those vehicles if that law was in place, as it's being defined. So, I mean, I know we got one side, but there's also another side of people that are calling us on a regular basis, asking us to come and deal with these issues.
Okay, yes. Mr. Martinez and then Mr. Bradshaw, I know you wanted to make a motion. Go ahead.
Just one comment. If you do have a car with an expired registration, let's say it, for some reason you haven't driven it for 6 months and your registration is expired, you can go down to the assessor's office.
You don't have to go down there anymore. You can print it off right off the computer.
Okay, I didn't know
You don't
that.
even have to go down there.
But you can get a permit that will allow you to drive the car, to get it inspected, and then go down and get license plates without worrying about getting a ticket.
Right.
So, the state has taken account of that.
If you're going to go down there to get it registered, but to ride around it and have fun in it, that's a different story.
That's a different story.
Okay.
Then you get a ticket.
All right. Mr. Bradshaw, did you
Yeah,
want the floor again?
Before we go there,
Okay.
I said something more my way of doing business than the law.
Okay.
Can they be towed for vehicle registration? Yes. Can they be arrested for vehicle registration? Yes. It's a officer's discretion whether he gives them a citation, releases them, or tows the vehicle. All of those things can happen. Me personally, I would never do that, and I've never done that. So when you asked me that question, I gave you my personal way of doing business, but I can tell you that that's not the law. The law is they can arrest them, they can tow that vehicle as being on the street inoperable.
Thank you. So to answer your question earlier, I'm not advocating for junk vehicles all around Leon Valley. I'm not advocating for people to leave wrecked, dismantled, and inoperable vehicles in Leon Valley. What I'm advocating is to not be more strict than state law where we're towing vehicles from people's driveways for being expired registration. That's it. And another citizen, similar to this lady's over here, inherited a vehicle from a loved one, and it was parked in their driveway, and they got ticketed for or noticed that it was going to be towed for having this vehicle. They're not driving it. They're not, and it's not a junk vehicle by this definition. It's not inoperable. It's not junked. It's just sitting in their driveway until they figure out what to do with it and happen to have expired registration.
And the law allows them to, I mean, they could put it in their garage, they could put it in their backyard where it's fully enclosed. There are mechanisms for doing some of these things. For antique vehicles, there's rules for that. But bottom line is, if that person calls us and talks to us and we work things out with them, that vehicle's not in any danger of getting towed. We're discussing it with them. And like I said, we've got one that 5-6 months, last I checked, we were waiting for it, and really nice little Camaro. And we're waiting for that to go through probate. So waiting for it to go through probate, and we've allowed it to be there. Keep their tires aired up, keep it looking clean, so it doesn't become an eyesore in the neighborhood. But it's expired registration. So you just got to work with us. Call us. You have that issue, and hopefully you never have that issue again. But that's the key. Don't ignore us.
So I'd like to make a motion that we make our law the same as the Texas Transportation Code, Section 683, in the definition of junk vehicles.
I'll second it.
Yes. Let me just repeat who said for what, and then we'll have more discussion, please. Thank you. We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Martinez to define or to replace, to make our law reflective of the Texas Transportation Code, Section 683.071, as presented. Further discussion? Councilor Alcazar.
Yes.
Alcazar.
There's a serious problem with the time in these ordinances, and it's the same problem that we had with the 18-wheelers, the trailers. They would park them on the street, and our thing said maybe 72 or 24, whatever we had. They would move it, and so it wasn't there for 72 consecutive hours. So say the case, this young woman drove her car to work or school or whatever she was doing, and then it came back, it wasn't there 72 consecutive hours. The 30 consecutive days is the same, only worse, because it's a longer period of time. You can't, it's not enforceable as that. So you can't, if my suggestion is if you want anything, the thing, if you read the law, and this isn't the best description, it's more thing that's not quite properly written, just like our charter is not real well written, but they're trying to delineate under B what it is above. And there's no place for and. What they're trying to tell you is inoperable, and they don't say it as such, means all these expired, each one of these, the watercraft, the aircraft, and the motor vehicle, have some kind of expired license, and that's a problem. It doesn't mean and up there, it's defining more what inoperable means. They just don't have it properly done. If we're going to do it, you can, I don't remember ours. Does ours say inoperable means an expired license?
No, we don't have a definition,
No, ma'am.
do we?
Maybe that's what we
We need
should.
we don't have a definition. Yeah.
And the second part of what would make it unenforceable, because it was previous, the way our ordinance was written, was that word consecutive. Because you can move it from the street to the yard, from the yard to the street, drive it one time, starts to clock over, and I don't have a camera on every car out there to see that vehicle has been there for 20 consecutive days.
Right. I think, anyway, that's my suggestion, is you go for defining junked vehicle rather than try to do this that's almost impossible to enforce.
Junk vehicle versus inoperable, is that what you wanted to say?
Well, it would have to include something with inoperable,
Okay.
junked or
I
inoperable.
just wanted that
We just
clarification.
need maybe a few definitions.
All right.
And
Thank you.
then it would be clear to people, make it a little bit more clear, and maybe change the 24 hours. And, I don't know whether to do that or not. When you live next to them, you like it not being there more than 24 hours, but might have it 36. I mean.
So ours is clear, though.
Yeah, ours is clear.
It says
there's no doubt.
or. And so it is clear that was the intent of the council at that time. If the council wants to change it and make it and, then that would be mirroring what he's saying is in the Texas state law.
But I don't agree that that's what in Texas state law. It's just saying Texas state law said it's just defining what inoperable is, which includes the unlicensed vehicles, all those three.
You're saying you also disagree with the TML attorney that says it's both?
I think that the TML attorney made a mistake.
So you're also disagreeing with Austin, Fort Worth, Dallas, Houston, Windcrest, Balcones Heights, Selma, Helotes, Hollywood Park, Bernie, Dayton, Waller, and Converse. And those are the only ones I looked at, but they all define it the way that I say it.
Bradshaw, they all have their own interpretation of their law, and even that one article you had on Austin, they said we don't go out and do this, or we're temporarily not doing this. But if anybody wants to, for example, if they have a problem with it, let them try to take it to court, and you'll see that there is not a problem with ours. But we're not trying to do that. I don't have a problem with our law. I was just rather saying if you want it more defined, I would not add the word and, because and is, if you look at the other one, and does not really help in any way saying that you have to have both. So, I mean, you can pull everything out of the sky, and it doesn't help our problem. So changing it to this, to the state code will not help. It'll just make it worse.
That's fine, and that's right. You're right. Ours is very clear. The definition's very clear, Chief. And the ordinance, if that's the way we want to keep it, that's fine. We can vote to keep it that way. But I believe our citizens do not want their vehicles towed at 4 o'clock in the morning from their driveways for having expired registration stickers, period. And I've been campaigning around, and people do not like that, the over-policing of Leon Valley. And we had a citizen earlier today talking about how it used to be a speed trap. Well, okay, we're not a speed trap anymore, but people don't want to live here if they're going to get, vehicles towed from their driveway and can't go to work in the morning because, oh, I forgot to renew my registration. That's
Okay.
Completely
Well,
a policy
we have a
decision.
motion. We have a motion and a second on, so this is more discussion. I just wanted to look this way. So Ms. Frederick and Ms. Kinsler, if you'd like to add.
I just
Go ahead.
wanted to make a point of clarification on the motion. You can vote on this motion, but it's not going to change it because what has to be done is that we have to amend the ordinance. We have to amend the code. And so you can vote on that today. That would be something that the staff would go back and we come back and then you have 2 more readings. So I just wanted
Agreed.
to make that clear.
We're
Understood.
home rule, so yeah. Okay. Did you have anything? Ms.
Actually,
Kinsler?
that's exactly what I was going to say, was you
Okay.
need a first read and a second read. But just another thought for everybody out there, that I'm just trying to think of some compromises. The optics of the 4 o'clock in the morning. What about changing the time so that the police aren't at somebody's house? I realize that's when slow time, so they can go get those that aren't complying. But what about changing, I don't know, just an idea that might help the council? Just a thought.
I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, why don't we form, I know, just a small committee, Okay, citizens that have had this problem, and Mr. Bradshaw, who's passionate, and, see if we can work out an amendment that's satisfactory. I don't know, it's just an idea, but, try to work together, y'all. I mean, we can do it. I just know we can. So I don't know. That's just a thought. So I'm just throw that out. But I agree with Ms. Frederick. We can't. We need to go through that
right.
home rule
My
process.
suggestion was that we make it to match, and then we'd have to come back for the readings after the ordinance is changed. So I agree.
So you still want to vote on that? We can vote on that.
Yeah, I
and
still
see if
want to
it
vote to
passes.
make it to
right.
rewrite the ordinance so that it matches more closely with state law.
I have just one more question. Yes,
I can. Go ahead.
Have you considered taking this to CPAC and having them help rewrite it and bring it back? So that way you have all that citizen input? Just a thought.
I haven't talked to them, but we can.
But I will say that the original amendments that were made right after our home rule, this is one of the first things that got amended in CPAC at that time. We had members change over, but CPAC at that time were the ones that actually made it more stringent than what it was initially.
But at the time, at the beginning, you also weren't doing it yet, and you didn't have the complaints yet. So I don't know if they would change their mind or not, but by their own ordinance, it's just something you could vet through the CPAC that maybe we could get citizen input. Because I don't think there's anybody here that doesn't want to do what the citizens want. We just want to make sure people are complying with the law. So just an idea of vetting it through CPAC rather than creating a whole nother committee. Just a thought.
I just think we just need to, get more input on this. But but I agree with Mr. Bradshaw. I heard a lot of complaints about this this past spring.
Or asked a question at the town hall meeting.
I'm sorry?
Asked a question at the town hall meeting.
Well, that's enough. We have enough time to get, to work on it and bring it to the town hall meeting, I think. So, okay, so Mr. Bradshaw, do you want to amend your motion?
No, I still would like the
have a
motion.
vote?
I would
Okay.
still like my motion to be voted on because I want to see which council members want to be more strict than state law.
Okay, so, all right. So, motion and second, same motion. You want our
To revise our ordinance to match
mirror or to
closely,
match the-
more closely with the state
the
ordinance.
72 hours and the
Oh, sorry, to match the state ordinance. Correct. Thank you, Denise.
attempt to match. Okay, all right, sounds good. So we have a motion and a second. All right, Ms. Posley, if you'll call the roll call on this one, I think we need to.
Counselor Charles?
I like Leon. I accept the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances as is.
So that's a nay.
Nay.
Counselor Rodriguez?
Nay.
Counselor Alcacer?
My reason is nay for what I stated. The state one is next to impossible to enforce.
Yay.
Yay.
Counselor Bradshaw?
Okay. The motion's defeated, 3 nays and 2 yays. Okay, very good. All right, so I think well, I don't know.
I have no problem with it going to the
CPAC, that's what I was going to ask, yeah. Does anybody have an issue with that, bringing it to CPAC?
Do we
Would
want a
you-
motion for it to go to CPAC?
Or can we just do consensus?
Just take it?
Just
Just do it?
consensus.
Okay.
Consensus, yeah.
Okay.
So Chief, can you just put that on your agenda in the future? I know you've got a
Yes,
meeting.
ma'am. I have one tomorrow, but it's
That'd
too
be
late for
great.
that one.
Yes, sir.
Put it on
Thank
the
you.
next agenda.
Appreciate it. Okay. The next agenda item, 9.4, discussion of red light camera contract and extension. Again, Mr. Martinez and Mr. Bradshaw, if you'll begin.
So on this one, do you have a presentation?
I don't, this is what was up there for,
Okay.
I guess just the timeline, 'cause that's
Of
it.
the camera contract?
Thoughts on the discussion, timeline, and the end.
So I guess my one question on this part I had is the grandfather clause on the red light cameras. I saw that if you had a contract in place by May 1st or 7th, whatever it was,
7th. Mhm.
right, then, let me see, I'm trying to find it. Oh, yeah, by May 7th, then you can continue through the ordinance. But in that same subsection, it says, subsection A of this section does not apply to a contract for the administration and enforcement of a photographic traffic signal enforcement system entered into before May 7th, 2019, that authorizes termination of the contract on the basis of adverse state legislation.
Our contract, Mayor, Councilor Bradshaw, our contract does not have the
Okay.
adverse state legislation clause
Okay,
in
that
it.
was my question, part of it, because I saw that in the.
We actually got that same question from a senator or representative, I forgot.
It was Senator Menendez.
Senator Menendez's office.
Okay.
Mayor and Council, when we first got notice of the legislation, that was in there about the, whether the adverse, and that was the first thing I looked for, and it's not there. And neither is it in any of our amendments.
Okay. Anything else?
The only thing that kind of scares me is since they we can't stop people from getting their vehicles registered. Sure, we can turn them over to a collection agency, but if I understand the law, it can't affect your credit rating. So you have it at a collection agency. They buy the delinquent bills for pennies on the dollar, and then they try to go collect them. And you tell them, hey, stop calling me. I don't want you to call anymore. And by law, they have to stop harassing you. So what good is at some point? If we're going to have to really monitor the income, and at some point, if the fines drop off, we need to get out of the contract. Otherwise, it's going to be costing us money.
That's in the contract, right?
Absolutely.
So
That's
it's
already
provision.
taken care of. Not only do we project very low collections, I just had Chief go and talk to our CFO again today to make sure our projection is low enough. We look at the projections every month. We'd actually just got asked by one of you, I forgot which one of you, to start, I think it was you, Councilor Martinez, to start showing you monthly, which makes perfect sense. We monitor it monthly. I know what it is. And so that's a very good suggestion. You need to watch it as a council. It's this body's decision whether or not you want to keep those cameras up. But what we ensured as a staff was that you had the ability to do that. And you have the ability now to do that. And I just can't thank, I was on the phone a lot with Senator Menendez's office. They're very instrumental in helping us, making certain that Lehigh Valley got taken care of. But you're the policymakers. If you don't want the cameras anymore, you don't have to have the cameras. And if the cameras are not making enough money to pay for themselves, there's another way out of the contract. So that's all your decision.
I'd just like to, Mayor and Council, the debt will never be sold.
Correct.
And so let's make sure we're saying apples to apples and oranges to oranges here. The collection agency will not sell the debt for pennies on the dollar while they harass people, blah, blah, blah. The company that will be doing our collections is the company ATS that we have the contract with, and Lineberger. That's who they subcontract with, which is our current one that has our collection agency for Leon Valley. It will not be sold.
Yeah. Because the income will affect what we already have in place, and that's the 4 police officers, right? So, I mean, we have to monitor that.
That's right.
So, okay. All right, anything else? Anybody else have a question, comment on the red light cameras? Okay. Thank you very much for that. Moving then to agenda item number 9.6, presentation and discussion of on an ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 1.04, Section 1.04.002, assignment of council members to committees. And Ms. Kinsler, this was a follow-up from the last meeting that we forgot to put on, and we put on at the end, so thank you for that.
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
memory.
Thank you for reminding me.
Excuse me, this is a first read.
But we had actually, we're going to put it on last council meeting, and we forgot. That's what
But
the
I
mayor
need
said.
to read the caption.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, but it didn't say first read.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No.
So if it doesn't say first read, doggone it, I'm not
My notes
wound
do.
up, so I'm sorry for that. Okay, Ms. Posley, if you'll
sorry.
please read
Yes,
9.6, please. Thank you.
An ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, Article 1.04, City Council, Section 1.04.002, assignment of council members to committees, providing for repeal or severability and savings clause and an effective date.
So just to clarify, this is our second read?
First
This is
read.
our first read. Okay, thank you. Let me make that note for our agenda. Thank you.
So the purpose of this is a follow-up item from the June 4th presentation that was given to the Leon Valley City Council. However, sort of like what happened with Councilor Bradshaw tonight, it wasn't on June 4th, it was not a first read. So that's what this is. During the last city council meeting, there was discussion regarding city councilors and the mayor sitting on committees as voting members. It was suggested and voted on 3-2 that city councilors only be allowed to be liaisons on the committees and not allowed to vote in an effort to avoid any conflicts of interest or appearance of conflicts of interest. So we look at Chapter 1, Article 1.04, Section, you see it's right there. This section is attached to the presentation as it currently reads. With minor revisions to Article 1.04, we are able to accomplish the mission of allowing City Council members to sit on committees and or advisory boards as members only. So this is what it currently looks like.
Be as liaisons only.
Oh, you're right. Sure should be. So if we revise this, currently that's what it looks like. The mayor from time to time may appoint one or more council members. I've not even seen us do that since we're here. But the suggested edit to fix this would be my verbiage on the other side. The council may appoint 1 or 2 council members to committees and boards to serve as council liaison. However, the members appointed may not vote nor may count as a quorum. That would fix your problem. You could still sit on the boards and commissions, but you could only serve in the capacity of liaison. Further suggestions, staff liaisons rewrite the ordinances for their committees. So I told you this last time. I think every committee needs to be done by ordinance. Some of them are done by resolution. So the directors will fix that. But I just need to see what your feeling is on this edit so that I can give the directors direction on how to proceed with their committee ordinance. So to be consistent, staff liaison rewrite the ordinances for their committees, which include a council liaison for the following reasons. Number 1, to be consistent with the revision back over here, if you all decide you want to approve it. And number 2, Some committees aren't structured by ordinance, therefore it would provide consistency to author each committee through an ordinance rather than a resolution. No fiscal impact. My recommendation is it's the discretion of the city council. However, staff strongly suggests that each committee be ratified by ordinance eventually. But we can't do that until we know what your feeling is on this item. There's your C statement and strategic goals, same ones as last time. And with that, I stand for questions.
Okay. Any questions for?
Go ahead and go back so you can see the suggested edit, because that's really
City
what's
Manager
neat.
Kinsler on this agenda item. Yes, Councilor.
Does this also include temporary committees like the census count? Because this is formed by resolution right now.
It does not say temporary committees. It says to committees and boards. So I guess we could add committees, temporary committees, committees, and boards, if that's what this board chooses to do.
But it's such a
But it's a
short term.
it's
so
a
short
very
term.
temporary committee that.
I agree. You don't have to put temporary up there. I'm just saying you can do it either way.
No, but I'm meaning to eliminate the census count altogether as because it's a temporary committee.
Well, right now, this would not include the census count committee because it's a temporary committee. These are, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say temporary committee.
Okay,
Did I answer your question?
I think so.
Okay. I tried.
Okay, any other comments, questions on this? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I agree, because, if a council member goes to a committee meeting, their voices have a lot of weight. Or their voices have more weight than another committee member. And I would like to take this one step further and say that to keep the impartiality of city council, I don't think any council members should attend staff meetings or be at City Hall and almost like it's their full-time job, attending every council or every staff meeting and every organization that's going on here and be fully involved in the city. When you
Mayor,
come to City
Councilor
Council.
Martinez, that's not germane to this item.
Okay, I'm just saying, I just want
But
to take it
maybe
further.
a future agenda item?
I think we really need to do that.
Right now, my policy is that anytime I have a meeting, any of you are welcome to attend, as long as it's not a personnel meeting. I've let everybody know that. If there's a staff meeting, anybody's welcome to attend. I want you to know what's going on at City Hall. It's really important for you to understand what's happening at City Hall. I think you're a better counselor that way. But that's just my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. And as a manager, that is my policy on the meetings at City Hall, is that if you want to come and you want to learn, I want you here. I want you to learn. I want you to know what's going on.
And I don't think that lets you be objective. We're supposed to be the policymakers up here, and if you're deeply involved in the day-to-day operation, you know in advance what's going on, so you don't get to hear the presentations because you already made up your mind. You've already heard it all. So I don't think it's really.
Mr. Martinez, do you want to put this on for
I would
another
like to see
agenda
this
item?
agenda
Because
put on for
it is not
another
the
agenda.
same, it's not the same topic, so.
Yeah,
that
it's
would
just
be
not
all right.
germane to this item.
Yeah, exactly. So.
So right here on the record, if we have a second to that motion, then we can get it on for you. Because we can do it on the record. If you have a second we don't want to see city councilors at the staff.
I second.
Okay. So we have
Okay, I'll make a motion to.
No,
Okay,
it's not a motion.
to have
I'm
this
sorry.
It was just
put
by
on the
consensus.
future
Yeah, exactly. Just the
consensus.
consensus that,
He
so
said,
your two
yeah.
members are Councilor Martinez and Councilor Charles, to put it on,
No,
it
wasn't
didn't need to be a
it was
motion. My apologies. I used the wrong word.
Yeah.
To do what?
To request that it go on the next agenda.
I thought we were voting on this suggested edit.
No, we're
This is
actually
the
completely
first
off
read.
topic.
This is the first read.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a first read, so you're not voting on it.
Straighten us out, it's late.
Yeah.
Sorry, and we got off topic.
Okay, any other input on the suggested edit for the manager on here? either from the dais or from anybody that's remaining in the chambers.
If you're awake.
If you're awake, that's right. Okay, well then we will put this on the next agenda. Is it
July 9th.
July 9th? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, so we move then at 20 minutes till 11 to citizens to be heard. Anyone remaining that would like to address the council, please come forward. And seeing no one, if there's no objection, move to adjourn at 10:39. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
I know. Well, earlier when I walked to the bathroom, I thought I was gonna plant face first, like going towards the door. I was like, oh shoot, my allergies are so bad right now. Sneeze to death.
Popcorn sounds good.
Well, this is a gluten-free, so
Well,
they don't have a small bag.
how can you eat gluten-free popcorn?
I love popcorn. It doesn't hurt me.
What is, let me see what it says.
See what this is?
Skinny pop?
And here, you can get this guy.
Good. $6 a bag.
I mean, it's lightly sweet.
Uh-huh.
So we're gonna leave these flowers down here? Take the flowers.
Aren't they beautiful? They're gorgeous, but they're not going to last too much
Just
longer.
gonna die down there.
Yeah. Same to you. Just so you know, I tore up all my paper there and turned it in, so.
I'm always forgetting this cup. 4 years ago.
Yes.
Mr. Drake.
What it was, then we started seeing the droppings.
Yes.
Different, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'm looking for a garbage can, Chief, and I can't find one. I'm like, where is it?
There's one right here.
Oh, good, okay.
I don't know if it's supposed to be up here or not. but
Okay.
we'll use it.
Usually we have one, here, but I didn't see one. There's usually one, so, all right.
Awful heavy looking bag. You want me to carry that for you out to your car? Sure.
June should be open, should be open till midnight. I turn these things off.
Well, I'll get them. I got to read all this stuff. There we go. That's funny.
I think I get under Will's nerves.
Huh?
I think I get under Will's skin.
Oh, I think so. And I think that last item was like, why didn't you just call?
That we're wanting a bigger argument, bigger.
Joe?
I cleaned up the back room.
Wait.